Almighty King of glory, we give you thanks, we give you glory, and we give you the honor this morning. Thank you for the gift of life. We know there are many people who have not woken up to this beautiful day. It is not that, it is because of your grace that we live. And therefore receive the glory and the honor on our own behalf, and on behalf of our families, wherever they are, and the entire judiciary. We thank you, and we really bless your holy name for this beautiful day. As we congregate again for the session and discussions that are ahead of us, we invite you. We invite you to take charge of this congregation, the deliberations that we are going to have, and we pray that what we discuss will find favor before you, and that we will come out of here judges that are nourished in terms of knowledge and understanding of the subject that is before us. Father, we also remember to commit our nation Kenya into your hands. Your word says that we should pray for the prosperity of the land that you have put us in, because in its prosperity, we also prosper. And therefore, we approach your throne of grace with confidence at such a time of need as a nation, so that we may receive your grace and your mercies. I know from heaven up above, you have seen what has been happening in our nation, and our prayer is that your glory will be manifested. Your word says that the king's heart is in your hands, and you control it the way you would control a mighty river flow. And therefore, you are sovereign. We thank you that indeed the president has softened his stance, and we know it is because of your doing. It is because we have called on your name at such a time of need like this. Receive the glory. And we want to pray that you'll continue to reign even today as our children go to the streets. That is what they have decided. We know you have control over each and every one of us, and each and every one of them. You are the Prince of Peace, and therefore we pray that your presence will go with them. And we know when your presence goes with them, you will be in charge, you will watch over them, and we know the many miracles that you have done. You have confused armies that were fighting against the children of Israel. You grounded Pharaoh's chariots, the best chariots in Egypt, in the Red Sea. We saw you scattering many armies and bringing confusion. And therefore we pray that today you will manifest yourself. We pray that your presence and peace shall prevail. We just want to invite you into our nation to take charge, even as we humble ourselves before you, even as we repent of our sins, both individually and corporately as a nation, because your word says, if my people who are called by my name shall pray and repent and turn from their ways, then you will hear their cry from heaven and heal their land. That is our prayer this morning, Almighty King of glory, even as we recognize your sovereignty. Come and reign, because you are the King of kings and you are the Lord of peace, and we know you love our nation. It is in Jesus' name we have prayed and believed. Amen.
Thank you very much, Justice Dana, for that powerful prayer. and indeed the land will be healed. Before I do a recap, I really want to appreciate each one of you, Your Excellency Governors, for staying put yesterday, PJ, all judges are present, the technical teams for the wonderful job that you did yesterday, our facilitators, and all other persons that are the crew and the like. We really want to appreciate you for the work that you did yesterday that culminated into a very successful day. We believe that even today, we will still continue with the same spirit, and so that at least the purpose for which this program was mounted will yield the fruits as envisaged. Before I do a recap, I like one man that is called Arnold Schwarzenegger. He speaks a lot in terms of turmoil and in terms of disturbance and the like. And he once said that strength does not come from winning. Your struggles develop your strength. When you go through hardship and decide to surrender, that is strength. And I believe this speaks to all of us. Our strengths are defined by what we fight for and the like. I think the conversation should continue, and so that at least we can all of us partake of a good country when that time comes. Yesterday was a very interesting moment for us, experiencing and exploring a very emerging issue and a sector that is extremely very technical. And I want to thank the facilitators that did a lot of justice in the carbon market, climate justice, and of course the issues of environment and the like, the unbundling of functions and the interests that arose in the process, and of course the discussion on defending devolution moving forward. We had the 7 takeaways from yesterday's presentations. One, it was agreed and it was evident that there is need for frequent engagement with the ELC judges on emerging trends in climate justice, carbon market, and carbon credits. And I think as a resolution, we will be asking ourselves, and by tomorrow as we come up with resolutions that will bind us moving forward, how frequent do we meet? Is it twice a year? Is it once a year? Or how do we move forward? And I believe as we conclude tomorrow, then this is one of the things that we'll be asking, how do we continue collaborating and engaging so that we can have discourses around whatever that is happening around environment and climate change and carbon credits and the like. Engagement between the Judiciary and Council of Governors on sectoral issues on devolved functions. It is quite evident that we said yesterday, ELC judges have a specific role, but before you went to be the ELC judges and the like, you come from a county. You are the lawmakers. It is good that we have a clear understanding of the status of devolution for the last 10 years, not only in land and environment, but across all other sectors, so that as you even make laws and influence other decisions, then you will be influencing on an informed point of position. Third, there was need to escalate and cascade the climate justice training to other courts, including Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. It was quite evident that there is need for us to go deeper into this clear understanding of the landscape of the climate justice and the climate actions in this country, not only now to the ELC, but we do it to the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, so that all of us are from the same page, and when matters are brought before you, then all of you speak from one space. Number 4, it was agreed that there would be further inclusion of training and credits on climate justice to the legal education sector programs, such as advocates training program, continuous professional development, among others. I believe when we are defining ourselves into what we will be discussing in the twice that we'll be meeting, I believe trainings will be part of it. Then we'll be defining ourselves, how do we advance this conversation moving forward. Number 5, there was need to amplify the voices of vulnerable groups, and especially women and children in climate justice and climate action. And it was evident that we've done a lot, but still it is not enough. We need to have the voices of the women and the vulnerable groups and the children into the conversation, knowing that the children are actually the next leaders, so that we see how climate issues and environment issues and climate justice can be instilled to the young children as they grow up. Number 6, and very important, was the experts in the climate change and climate carbon space need to unpack the technicalities of these all carbon markets, carbon credits, in a language that can be understood by all of us. At times when Augustine was presenting, it was extremely very beautiful, But for purposes of clarity, and the way it was in the last 15 years, and Governor Tichilo will allude to this, climate change issues were just jargons and very complicated. But with time, there are people that are sat, unpacked, and of course unbundled the tenets in a language that can be understood by all of us. How I wish that after this, moving forward, the likes of Akna Agustin and Dr. Mutuku and the other people that are in the space and Dr. Tichilo, then we could unpack these jargons and technicalities in a language that all of us can understand, so that we work together with you, and then you raise champions that will be able to advance these conversations moving forward. Lastly, the judiciary to support county governments in strengthening robust grievances redress mechanisms, enforcement, and compliance. I think this was overemphasized, and I believe this is one of the takeaways that we will be requesting the honorable judges that are present here, that you support county governments in strengthening the robust engagement on grievance redress mechanisms and the like, and of course upholding the jurisprudence that have been said, and of course the constitution guided by the Constitution of Kenya. And above all, we said again, we're in a space that needs all of us to advance the conversation around devolved units, and of course protection of devolution. We said again, if there's anything that happened in this country, the greatest gift from where I stand was actually the gift of devolution. That power, resources was devolved to the most vulnerable, Wanjiku, Achieng, and everybody in the country. We can feel, we can see, we can touch the fruits of devolution. Albeit very small, it is still something that has gone into, and everybody can appreciate it. So basically that was for yesterday, but we will be having a robust resolutions that will be read and agreed between ourselves, and that will form the basis for us now as a live document to progress in furthering our engagement moving forward. The discussions today are extremely very critical again. They are a little bit technical, but speak to what you do on a daily basis. And we wanted to explore the areas of GIS in data and decision making. We have been told that the world is digital. Data is one of the critical components that should be embraced across all spectrums of leadership, not excluding the ELC judges that are seated here. How then do we leverage and use GIS to generate data that can inform decision making moving forward? And with us, we have experts across that will be speaking to us. And one of them is actually a guru in the world that, and you know, we are told that prophets are never celebrated in their home. When you go to international and conferences, you realize the space that Dr. Otichilo is actually given as one of the brains behind the climate change and everything that there is in this world. So he will be speaking to us practically on how GIS has actually helped him in terms of decision making and making a little bit leadership easy for him. But before then, I will invite the moderator for this session, who is none other than Justice Washe, to come and progress. We have our first speaker online, and he will be introducing the speaker, then we progress. Then after that, we will just progress with the program. Please, let's clap for the judge as he comes over.
Good morning, everyone. PJ, Your Excellencies, welcome to today's session. Our first session is actually partnership and collaboration with judiciary on matters climate justice, the place of AJS on the environment and land cases in the country, perspective of adjudication of carbon markets, disputes including enforcement and compliance. I think as a court we have touched on AJS, and the speaker, Dr. Steve Akoth, was, I think, one of our trainers in Nakuru, and I believe he will address us this morning. I stand in for Honorable Lady Justice Jacqueline Omogeni, who is not with us this morning, but I hope we'll have a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me clearly? May I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed, please.
Thank you very much, Judge, Your Excellencies, all protocols observed. First of all, allow me really to congratulate the Council of Governors and its partners and the judiciary for pulling together this important conversation, and also beg your pardon that I could not join you physically, but I'm so glad to have been invited to be part of the discussions. I must also thank the CEO for the very robust summary of the day before, which has positioned me in a location that would enable me to create a linkage between the conversation for this morning, what you did yesterday, and perhaps what you want to do in the days ahead. So I've been invited to look at the question of climate justice and how that then becomes an interface in the conversations around climate change actions in Kenya. And more specifically, I work with Justice Joel Ngugi, who has asked me to make this presentation in advancing what is called the alternative justice systems. And let's start from there. So what is alternative justice system? So if you look at our constitution, we all agree that judiciary is not devolved. So judiciary retained its national character. However, in its strategy of executing its mandate, Article 159(2)(c) creates a particular architecture, which is that first it acknowledges that judicial authority is derived, is basically derived from the people, and it is vested in the courts, tribunals, and other forums that may be so made through the constitution or other laws. But it instructs that in exercising that judicial authority, delegated authority, the judiciary shall promote methods that have been in use by the citizens in advancing justice and resolving disputes. So if you look at that article, it's not just in our view about dispute resolution, it's about dispute resolution and other justice questions, because you need to read the article purposively. And with that in mind, we have suggested that the best name to give that whole menu of actions, use of traditional mechanisms, use of reconciliation, use of conciliation, use of ADR, is alternative justice systems. They constitute a system because it's a menu of actions that collectively basically help us to advance Article 48 of the Constitution. Article 48 of the Constitution is on access to justice. And so we have then suggested that this collective is a comprehensive, organic, non-state mechanisms of laws, norms, customs, social legal systems, which govern and regulate entire spectrum of activities and lives of individuals and groups from birth to death. They are constituted, applied and enforced by the people themselves in their own communities. And they include, remember, they include, so dispute resolution is not the only function they perform. They include dispute resolution mechanisms, which we call ADS mechanisms, which does not usually involve using the courts. This long definition is very important because it starts creating an important nexus with questions that we are interested in, the questions of climate and climate change and mitigation and adaptation mechanisms that we pursue. Because it starts by laying out the worldview. The worldview, it starts by creating an idea of justice. So that's the beginning point that I want to invite you to. And then there's a second point. The judiciary, and I really like what the CEO said, has taken an approach that is really evidence-informed. And one of the baseline evidence that we do have, it's due for update now, is the 2017 baseline survey that was undertaken to pose the question, what are the kind of justice needs that Kenyans have, and where do they pursue resolving these justice questions? And it was established that up to 78% of Kenyans who had justice needs or legal problems decided to resolve them outside the courts. 79%. Now, if we break that 79% further, very unfortunately, there is a 19% within that 79% who said, I'll do nothing about it. It's okay, it's happened. Okay, God will deal with it, or the future will deal with it, or I forgive, I accept and move on. 19% within that 79%. But what is strikingly important is that only 21% pursued resolution of those disputes in our courts of law. And that means that many Kenyans pursue their justice, pursue the resolution of their disputes in forums outside the court. And for that reason, the role of judges whom we have in the room now spread beyond just adjudicating disputes that are presented before them in the courts. Rather, they are interested and they're robustly involved in promoting, through respect, through protection, and through transforming avenues that are chosen by our citizens to resolve their disputes outside courts of law. So that promoting what we're calling alternative justice systems is part and parcel of the mandate of our judicial officers. And that invites us then to think about, so what is access to justice? In that form, access to justice then has two meanings. The first meaning is the meaning that we often use in law schools and in common lingua, which is processes and mechanisms, accessing processes or mechanisms that are established by the law, so that these processes and mechanisms can generate outputs of fair treatment, dignity, and resolving disputes. That's the first definition of what access to justice is. But the second one is the freedom to utilize individual or collective capabilities and cultural resources in realizing the same outcomes of fair treatment, dignity, and resolution of disputes. And you remember, this is exactly the same kind of framework that the UN framework on climate change has in mind. It has the same framework of saying, look, in mitigation and in adaptive strategies, in engaging or responding to the climate change question, we will want, one, take collective action as a global community, as parties, as parties who have signed into UN FCCC, but at the same time, we want to enhance the capabilities of each state and its citizens to be able to use their cultural resources, to use their civic resources, to mitigate and to adapt to climate change. So the methods, therefore, that we use in our judiciary in enabling or in fostering access to justice are quite similar to the methods that the global community is now using in engaging mitigation and adaptive strategies to climate change. And that's very important because that then makes the climate change response to be a justice question, just like the other league of justice issues. So the first clearing point I would like us to agree on is that the climate change question is a justice question because it's about both accessing these mechanisms and processes of redress, but it's also about enhancing using capabilities of individuals and their communities. The last clearing comment I want to make is also about the broad strategy that the judiciary is using. From the year 2010, the Chief Justice who have taken office have taken an approach of defining a leadership blueprint that they use to rally together stakeholders and the judiciary to be able to expand access to justice and to be able to accelerate the place of judiciary in our societal and national transformation. The current Chief Justice, Martha Koome, has defined a strategy in what she's calling social transformation through access to justice, STARJ. And STARJ is an innovative approach that invites everybody to bear responsibility for justice, from individuals to institutions. And it asks that we promote resolution, and we actually know we need to resolve our disputes even before we go to the courts. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you realize that the approach that the judiciary is emphasizing now and is a very transformative interpretation of the Constitution is one that invites all stakeholders to be actors in enhancing access to justice. And that is the very same method that the global community, and also if you look at also nationally, the Climate Change Act and the Climate Change Strategy in Kenya, invites all stakeholders to undertake. So with that in mind, we do think that one of the things that then we could take as a common strategy is the method that has been suggested in both Climate Change Act and in the CBD and also in the UNFCCC, which is to take an ecosystem approach. Taking an ecosystem approach helps us to think a little bit deeply. And I have a citation here. I'm so sorry that I had to pick a citation from the Brundtland Commission's report, which is a story. A story from India. It doesn't mean that we don't have similar stories from Kenya, but I thought that the authors sort of captured it in such detail that would be useful. But if you look at it, we get the same narrative in our Mijikenda environment now that we are in Mombasa. So let me just read a quote. So the only possible place of Kenya people to live and to establish our existence, to speak to our gods, to speak to our nature, to weave our lives in where our gods create us. It is useless for the government to put us in very beautiful place, in very good place, with a lot of hunting and a lot of fish. The Knar people, we continue dying. We die insisting that there is only one place for us to live. My heart goes not because my heart does not become happy to see humanity in capacity. I have no pleasure at all to come here and make sense and make this statement. We can no longer see the planet that we live upon as if it were the chessboard where people just move things around. We can't consider the planet as something isolated from cosmic. And this is the real idea of alternative justice system, that there's a link between the worldview and people's experiences. We are not idiots to believe that there are no possibilities of life for us outside where the origin of our lives, of our life is. Respect our place of living. Do not degrade our living conditions. Respect this life. We have no arms to cause pressure. The only thing we have is a right to cry for our dignity and the need to live in our land. Recently, actually 4 months ago, we were invited by the Kenya National Highway Authority to help them in discussions on part of the Dungukundu bypass, and the discussion that we held between them and the Kaya elders around the route of the road and the possibility at that time that part of the forest was going to be carved off was exactly in this narration that was made about, close to 8 years ago, during the conversations on developing the debate about environment and development. So this is the first invitation that we bring to you, that we should take into account the thinking that environmental protection, social justice, inclusion are all embedded together. And that is what you get in STARGE, that is what you get in the AJS. So that if you come to the obligations such as what we see in Sustainable Development Goal 16.3, which is on people-centered justice, then the idea of who is a people means that the people embed the person, their environment, the current generation, and future generation. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a beginning point to appreciate that the target, the actor of justice who comes to us, be it as county government when we are doing our county integrated development plan, be it as a judicial officer, is one who embodies all these components of the person, their land, their world, and their quest for justice. In that regard, we suggest that if we take the ecosystem approach as the method of responding to climate justice, then that would also be most appropriate in ensuring that we deliver justice in all spectrums to our people. Ecosystem approach, as has been defined by the Convention on Biodiversity, is a strategy that integrates a management of land, water, living resources, and promotes conservation and sustainable use in an equitable way. That the application of this approach helps us to ensure that sustainable use and the values of fairness, equitable sharing of resources are all delivered in one go. An alternative justice system provides a very useful approach towards doing this, and I'm going to illustrate that shortly. If you look at STARGE, and if you look at AJS, we used a notion called ecosystem approach as well. Ecosystem approach, as we use it in alternative justice system, and as we used it in STARGE, means that we are moving beyond the multi-stakeholder approach that we deployed about 20 years ago, where the idea was to bring the actors in administration of justice, be it the police, the Law Society of Kenya, the prisons, the Children's Department, and so on. And now it's expanded to include not only these primary classical actors, but we now work as a judiciary with the councils of elders. We now work with the judiciary with women groups. We now work with the judiciary with the Bunge la Wananchi as part of this ecosystem of justice providers. Remember, the approach in climate change mitigation and adaptation is also this very, very ecosystem approach. So here you have a convergence where if you use the ecosystem approach, which expands the corpus of justice actors who you work with, then you are able to sort of advance a climate change action as a justice question, but in a way where you place the people at the center, both as beneficiaries and indeed as the interlocutors. When it comes to Kenya, more specifically, I want to say that we're in a very good position, especially this is for the Land and Environmental Court, because the jurisdiction of the AJS allows it to deal with environmental related questions. This is important to note because in a country like Ghana, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act, which they do have, which runs their AJS mechanism, as we call it here, does not allow the use of these methods in resolving environmental issues. So in Ghana, you can't resolve environmental matters using AJS. That forum is hosted by this act. In Kenya, this is not the case because the method that we use to determine the matters that are engaged in the AJS forums is what we call the agency positive and negative test, where the positive test is we ask, do the actors agree that this is a forum to use without any duress in terms of objective choice? And the negative test is, does there exist a constitutional provision, a law, or a public policy that hosts AJS forums from dealing with the matter? and so far there is none. And in fact, our land and environmental courts have been most creative in deploying AJS in resolving land and environmental questions. So we should take advantage of that possibility, because it is not a possibility that exists in all jurisdictions, but here in Kenya it does. So if I may move now toward the final take to just sort of say practically how this works. So look, we have various forums able to resolve disputes, able to negotiate, able to reconcile, able to arbitrate. But then what happens when they bring these matters to court? For example, if the matter escalates to court, or if parties think that they need to give it a force of law, what can the judges do? What can they do? What they can't do is that they can't avoid that which the community members have discussed and have resolved. They have to engage with it. At the same time, they can't deal with it in a way to suggest that they are an appellate forum. No, because that monoistic approach would be affront to the spirit of the Constitution that sort of carves out this autonomy and allows the system to work as a system. So what can they do? Under certain circumstances, they can do convergence, where they ask the parties, just tell us again, did you all agree to be part of those mechanisms by your own free choice? Especially when one party wavers, they can go back to seeking to understand again whether, the parties were in agreement that the forums that they used were acceptable and were by choice. But we put that at amber because we think even that reopens the consent issue afresh, which can be a room for people who want to, to play games. But we suggest three major approaches for the courts. One is facilitative interaction, where they use their words that have come, or the decisions that have come from those AJS forums as evidence in the proceedings. If not, we suggest they use difference, where they review those findings, and this is one that we think is most appropriate, and many courts are using this. They review it for procedural and proportional propriety, not for the facts of the case. They only look at procedural and proportional propriety. But if the findings are so obvious, are so straightforward, then we ask them to basically do what we do in arbitration, which is to recognize and give them the force of enforcement. So this is how then, when matters are dealt with in AJS forums come to court, we have advised the courts to deal with them. And this will include matters that oscillate around the questions that are around climate change mitigation and indeed adaptation. So with that in mind, I want to now suggest towards conclusion that what brings climate change, climate justice movement together with alternative justice movement together is this quest for transformation. Our constitution is a transformative constitution. Climate change action requires transformation. Transformation involves fundamental change in technological, economic, and social organization of society, including the worldviews, the norms, the values, and governance. Sustainable transformation is increasingly presented as a solution for environmental sustainability and for social change, and indeed for climate change justice. The climate change requires this systemic and urgent, far-reaching change to re-envisioning and shaping and shifting the way we govern, but it's also shifting the way we see justice and the way we deliver justice. So this transformation endeavor, which can be either radical or incremental, becomes a connection point in advancing what we're calling the ecosystem approach. At the same time, this transformation movement is about creating a particular conscientiousness. So if you look at what alternative justice systems does, is that it creates a conscientious society that considers justice not as that which you go to get in the courts of law, but justice are that which you negotiate, that which you produce, that which emerges in everyday governance, in everyday relations. And that conscientious idea of justice is also what we call climate justice, because climate justice requires a particular climate conscientiousness, which is a prerequisite to the transformation that we're talking about. In conclusion, I want to suggest two other concepts. Our colleagues in the room, especially the judges with whom we've had a lot of interactions over the years, they know me and Justice Ngugi as people like bringing in new concepts to the table as a way of expanding our thought and expanding our engagement. So I'm sure you looked at the complex questions of climate change mitigation, and yesterday, from what the CEO said, you looked at the market mechanisms. But we would like you to look at these two new concepts to add into your menu and way of thinking. One is climate futurity, the future of climate. And the climate futurity helps us to think about how to ensure that we think about an imaginative extension of the future in a way that it can sustain the life for those who will come after us. So think about climate not just as the occurrence of today and the patterns of today compared to the past, but think about the future of climate, what kind of climate we want in the future. And so a jurisprudence that has this futurity in mind is a jurisprudence of sustainability. The second concept that I want to suggest to you as part of this climate consciousness is what I'm calling environmental kinship. If you look at the narration that we gave you on the Indian case, which is very common to what you'll see also among many Mijikendas, how they relate to the Kayas, it's really to say that, look, there is a connection between many of our societies and their ecological resources, be it the rivers, the forests, some animals, and so on. If you go to communities that have totems, for example, the totem that they allocate to themselves is considered to have another sacred place. If you look at the place of Mugumo tree among the Agikuyu, and that has preserved the tree. If you look at the place of many trees among communities in Western Kenya, Governor His Excellency Otichilo will tell you that in Vihiga, one of the reasons why certain forest covers persist is because of the sort of spiritual value that those trees are given. This is what we call environmental kinship, where human society see the trees, the rivers, the mountains, the animals as part and parcel of their human society. This kinship allows this conservation to persist. And this is part of climate consciousness. Because when you are conscious, then you are able to say, retaining this, preserving this is part of preserving humanity. In conclusion, allow me to suggest that environmental degradation and climate change have consequences that undermines our future and require appropriate transformative action. And that when we see, just the way we have seen that climate change, mitigation, and adaptation, the climate justice movement is not a preserve of the state alone, is a preserve of the people as well. The alternative justice systems movement, which places people at the center as both actors and beneficiaries, creates an important convergence in our endeavor to have a conscientious, accountable, and a futuristic framing of the notion of climate justice. And finally, judiciary contributes to this by not only bringing to the table such important creative approaches, but also inviting us to look at it in terms of a progress that supports sustainability, framed from our legal obligations and other international duties, such as the ones that we see in the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you very, very much for listening to me, and I look forward for a further conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. I think we are grateful that you have observed time. Our program says that your presentation should end at 10, and it has ended at 10. We have about 20 minutes of plenary, and I'll therefore invite the participants to raise any questions, comments, suggestions, new ideas. The good Daktari is giving us new ideas. He's saying they keep on giving new ideas, coming up with new ideas. So I think this is a good forum to allow everybody who has an idea to also put it forward. The floor is open. Maybe we can begin with the column on my right. Anybody with a question? About the middle? Your Excellencies, any question on AJS, ESPJ?
Thank you very much, Dr. Koth, for that presentation. We've been with you in respect to AJS matters, and the discussion is ongoing. Of course, this is the first time we are bringing in issues of carbon markets, climate change in the AJS discourse. And probably just enlighten us, considering that we were told yesterday when we deal with the carbon markets, we are dealing with the issue of selling. We're actually selling air, which results into some of the measures to deal with the climate change. And it's a very complex area which we are all getting into as judges and as members of the public. You have taken us through the topologies of AJS previously. In your view, when you are encountering this new area which is not law, neither is it purely science, but somewhere in between, which typology, in your view, should be sold to Kenyans out there? Because as you know, we have been interacting with them, and we've been telling them about the three topologies of AJS. With your experience in this area, which topology will really fit this discourse of climate change in general and in particular carbon trading? Thank you.
Okay, that's, maybe we can take some 2 or 3 other questions before we allow Daktari to respond. Yes, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Just 1 minute. Daktari, can you hear us? I'm informed you're having a difficulty to hear.
Yes. Yes, I can now hear you. Thank you very much, sir.
Did you hear the PJ's question?
Yes, I did get the question.
Okay, thank you. Your Excellency, you can go ahead.
Thank you. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Steve for that very good presentation regarding the alternative climate change justice. And he has emphasized very clearly that environmental values are very key to various communities, and he has referred to some of like Michkend and so on. What I would like to hear from him is that as much as these environmental, assets or ecosystems are very crucial, but the biggest problem we have that they have not been valued. People don't realize the value. Does he have that feeling that as a nation, we should do our environmental valuation or environmental accounts so that these resources, environmental resources, can be part of our national assets, clearly defined, and you can put a value to each of the assets in each of the communities. And in that way, it can be seen that, yes, this is a resource that must be conserved by everybody. And the issue of the having certain assets that do not belong to one individual or one person. How do we deal with it, because if you look at some areas like our wetlands, they are all available there. Nobody is responsible. So you find is available to everybody, and the destruction, nobody is responsible. So how do we put that into a legal framework to allow these resources to be conserved?
I hope, Daktari, you've been able to capture that question. It was quite deep.
I've captured this, Judge, and because the two questions are loaded, if you allow me to respond to the two of them, I'll appreciate it.
Yes, please, we can start with the two.
Thank you very much, Judge, and thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you very much, PJ. Allow me to start with the second question by Governor. So, look, I really agree with you that one of the biggest problems that we have is the non-valuation of these resources. And if you look at the Convention on Biodiversity, and most importantly, the Nagoya Protocol, Nagoya Protocol has emphasized not only questions of sharing of the resources and outcomes from the genetic pool, but also the movement that advances Nagoya Protocol now is suggesting that let us give value, both monetary and social environmental values, to the various genetic and biodiverse resources. I want to emphasize, sir, that it's very important that value should be beyond monetary. Monetary is just one of the values, but we need to give also the social and environmental value. Environmental value means the value to the environment itself. If you look at one of the cases that was canvassed about 5 years ago in Colombia, where the young people took the government, took the state basically to court, and they're saying that the degradation of Amazon forest on their side was undermining their ability to enjoy right to clean environment in future. And what they had done was to do some sort of evaluation of the multiple importance of the Amazon to the environment itself, to the people, and to the economy. And they're saying, look, we're losing all these in terms of both monetary, social, and planetary value for the future. So I really agree with you that we need to do that evaluation, and that evaluation should not just be market-centered, should be also really centered on the worldview of the people as well. And that's the vision of the Nagoya Protocol. Then to the first question by PJ, Justice Angote, yes. So the way alternative justice system works is that, as the Constitution defines, it starts from the place that it is the people who have developed over time this mechanism. So the Constitution is not establishing these systems, it only recognizes. And the prime method is what we call the autonomous method, where people in their own way have got a way of governing their lives, of regulating their lives, of solving disputes. If you go to the Lake region, and where I've seen Governor Nyong'o is also here, in the Lake region, Governor Nyong'o will tell you that many parts of the belt, right from Kisumu down to Siaya, the other side, Homa Bay, many communities have relied for many years on water springs as source of drinking water. And these springs are managed through certain agreeable norms. And in some occasions, there are referral people who are known to be the custodians of these springs. And that if anybody violates the integrity of the spring, then these custodians have always responded to restore sanity and avail the springs for everybody. This is what we call an autonomous alternative justice system. It exists in almost all our societies. It also exists in other social formations. Then we have a situation where a third party, like the county government, can decide to work with this autonomous system. This is exactly partially what Wangari Maathai did in the Green Belt movement, where the women who are part of a livelihood model that was also conservationist in approach worked with the Green Belt as an organization. So this is where a third party works with autonomous group. And the last one would be where the courts work with this autonomous group. We call it court annexed. So in terms of which approach I think would be the best, in my experience, also looking at the work that we've done, especially around the big investment ventures in Lamu, in Mombasa, especially around also and in Kwale, around the Dongokundu issue. The autonomous AJS mechanisms will become very, very useful in advancing our climate justice movement, because they have developed a worldview that incorporates the sanity of their ecosystem as part and parcel of their well-being, as part and parcel of their own being. So that integrated definition of self provides a very good opportunity. When we alienate the people from the environment, we gain less. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. We have an opportunity on the last. Welcome, Judge Joroge. We missed you yesterday. Welcome. Anybody from that row that could be having a burning question or suggestion? Okay. I had one question, Daktari, and that was in regard to the second aspect of our theme this morning, perspective of adjudication of carbon market disputes, including enforcement and compliance. As a national team that is pushing this AJS, do you have a database of environmental disputes like the one you have told us in Dongoku that you might share with this forum or any other Kenya on how those disputes are resolved and how they are enforced? Because from the court perspective, those awards might be persuasive. They are not binding, but they are persuasive. But they could be useful in resolving other disputes in other areas. So for example, you've mentioned the Dongoku one. We have, I come from Kilifi County. We have the nuclear issue in Watamu. We also have another burning one, which is in Chonyi, where a cement factory is blasting a historical area. But if I was, for example, to take up a role in promoting AJS in some of these disputes, I do not have any document from the national level which probably can be persuasive to the community and to the investor on how to mediate and probably come up with a solution through AJS. Maybe would you assist us, or is there a forum where we can be able to pick up these guiding principles that AJS employs in resolving environmental issues in particular?
Thank you, Judge. You've asked a question which is requires a PhD dissertation to answer. And the answer is indeed that we don't have that database. What we've done recently is that we have approached the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights to consider having a public inquiry on the question of carbon credits and the carbon market and the indigenous communities. And as we speak today, the National Commission on Human Rights is putting together this public inquiry, which we are interested to be part of, and they'll be looking at significant parts in Rift Valley, where there's been the movement towards the carbon market engagement. However, on our side, the initial advisory we have given is to think about the property questions that arise in the carbon market. Ask the question, a community engaged in a carbon market space, what kind of residual rights do they retain to their resources? Because that's been the question that has come to our attention. And that's one of the reasons why we've pushed the National Commission to take this up. Because there has been the question of, so what do we give up as part of the carbon market? And what do we have residual authority on? Our land, right to change use, right to multiple use, and so on. But for now, we would wait for the public inquiry, and now that you've posted it, I've taken down your question, Judge, and I'm going to frame it to be part of the element that inquiry will deal with. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe any closing question, suggestion before I call the Madam CEO to wind up, give us further directions. I think the program says it's a health break. I'm not so sure whether we are proceeding now or later. So, Daktari, thank you. I think we can release you at this point. Thank you so much, and we appreciate your contribution.
Thank you very much.
Madam.
Thank you very much, Justice Washe, for that elaborate moderation, and we really appreciate. I think for purposes of ensuring that we keep on time, and because the second session from tea break to 1 o'clock is a little bit technical, it would be prudent that we take a health break, grab a cup of tea, then come back punctually after 20 minutes, maybe 11. Yes, some minutes to 11, quarter to 11, so that we start our program to give the technical facilitators ample time to be able to process the agenda. So we just break out for 10, 15 minutes, then we'll be back for the second session. Thank you very much. Change of program a little. There is a feeling that we've just come from breakfast, so we proceed so that at least we do some justice to earn our second session. So I will invite the second moderator to take on so that at least we're able to cure and save some time for the lunch. So it is by consensus that we proceed. Then after that, we break for tea. Iyo ni sawa? Ni sawa? Yes. Thank you.
Governor Tichilo says we save some oxygen credit.
Sorry?
That by that way we shall save some oxygen credit.
Your Excellencies, my lords and my ladies, this session is highly technical, and I will appreciate if we have all the attention to the presenters. In this session, we have three presenters, His Excellency Dr. Wilberforce Otichilo. He does not need introduction, and will be speaking to application of GIS in planning and spatial decision-making, the case of Vihiga. I will not introduce the other two presenters, but allow me to tell you the objective of this session. The objective of this session is to understand geographic information system, that is GIS, as a tool for decision making, the architecture of GIS, and basically unpack it, what it is, the value of the system, its application in the case of Vihiga, and to contextualize it in judiciary. In the first session, we will have His Excellency Governor Otichilo, who will basically be telling us what the system is about, the capability of the system, which is basically to capture, to store, to manipulate, analyze, manage, and present spatial or geographical data, its application and how it ensures that we are able to efficiently manage planning of land and use of land. Your Excellency, what we want to hear from you is this: one, why did you decide to invest in the system? The second one is the cost of the system's capability in the context of judiciary, and also the legal framework underpinning GIS. But above all, what has been the value of GIS? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome His Excellency to make his presentation. Thank you. Karibu, Your Excellency.
Well, I want to say that I'm very happy to be here this morning, and I'm happy that Dr. Steve Akoth has started the presentation very well, and I would want to pick up from where he has left. But I want to ask you that I'll take you in a classroom. So you are now my students. So make sure that you take notes, and I'll give an examination afterwards. So I want you to really be alert, and I want to distill this very complex subject into a simple subject that all of you, by the time you leave here, I want you to know what GIS is, how it is important, and why we should use it. And by the way, those of you who may already know, the artificial intelligence system that is now the in thing is all based on GIS. And all the information you provide in your phones and so on, it is this system in the background that picks all this information and analyzes it and can do various interpretations on who you are, what you are doing, and so on. So my presentation, as clearly as stated out, will be, I want to give you an introduction where I want to give you, in a simpler manner, what is GIS. Because it's acronym that most people don't understand what it is. But I will show you that it's the simplest thing that you all know. Second, I want to look at the Kenya National Spatial Plan. I'm sure most of you don't know that this country has a spatial plan. And I would recommend that each one of you accesses a spatial plan, which is online. So you don't need to buy the document, it's online. Just go to Google and put Kenya National Spatial Plan. And this is a plan that is going up to 2045. So it's a long-term document. I would like then to go to the third presentation where I want to give you a legal framework for GIS in this country. Many people might not know that we have a serious legal framework on this technology called GIS and what we call Earth observation. And I'll show you what Earth observation is and how data that is brought together in this system is used for making rational decision making. I'll also go through and look at some of the geospatial technologies that these technologies that we have used in Vihiga, and I show you a case of Vihiga. Then I'll give you some concluding remarks. So let's get started. So you are ready to go to the classroom. And under introduction, I want to give you some definitions because these terms are very complex. I want to define them in the simplest manner. So I'll give you the definitions of the terms, I want even to say, what is spatial planning? Because when you say spatial planning, it's a little bit confusing. What is it? I want also to define what are geospatial technologies, and I'll tell you what they are. And then what is geographical information system? And then why is data and information acquisition special for spatial planning? So that is my presentation, and I want to be slow so that you understand. So the moderator, give me more time. Our people here, they are okay, and it's in the morning, so they are still very alert. So just give me more time. So I want to start by taking you to your primary school. And most of you did geography. I'm sure all of you did geography in primary school. And geography was one of the preferred subjects for most of you, I'm aware. And so geography virtually defines our planet, how our planet is formed, the structure of our planet. You are told our planet, Earth, is not round. You are told it's oval. So I've shown you there, I think, yeah? So our planet is oval. You are told that to be able to define where you are on this planet, a system has been designed to allow you to know where you are. And the system consists of latitudes and longitudes. So you remember that? Yeah, I'm sure you remember, and you are smart students. I'm sure you remember that. So what defines our planet, where we are, is latitudes and longitudes. So with that, you can define anywhere on this planet with a position. So that is the first thing I want you to remember. You are even told how time differences come about. I'm sure you remember those things like prime meridian. I don't know whether you remember how time varies. When you get this way, you are told now you have gained 3 hours. This way, you have lost 2 hours, and so on. So our GIS, and take the word geographic information system, is all about geography. So there's nothing very strange about this. It's just the geography of the world. And the system is designed to define everything on the planet so that you can locate it. So in a simplest language, if I don't want to bother with the technical, GIS is the science of where. Is the science of where. It gives you, and the longitude is the same. Longitude are defining for you where. Each one of you where you are seated, I can define it through longitude and latitude. There is nobody else, each one of you in this planet where we are, who is seated where you are. You are the only one. You are the only one. There's nobody else. So I can define your position where you are globally, because there's nobody else. That position you are occupying is your only position. There's nobody else there. So GIS, now let me go to technical part. It's a system of computer hardware. So imagine you have computer hardware, you have software. I will not go into the details what software is there because it's a complex. And you don't need to learn that software. Just the way you drive a car, you don't need to know how the engine is running, but you know how to control the car, where it's going. So I want to teach you that I want you to drive GIS so that you just use it. The details, the software is so complex for you, unless you are a technical person like me. So it is a system of computer hardware, software, and procedures designed within the software. There are procedures designed to support the capture, management, manipulation, analysis, and display of spatially referenced data for solving complex planning and management tools. So it's a system that can allow you get data, you are able to manage it, you are able to manipulate, and you are able to do analysis. And some of those analyses are the complex analysis. Most of you may have learned things like data modeling, how you use data to ask many questions and to put questions. Suppose I did this, what happens? So that's what the system is. So basically, you just get your computer systems, the software is there, you need to have the people who understand. So let me take you into the system so that you understand it. I'll start with the diagram on the left. We have inputs. In this system, you must input. And what do you input? You input data. So you must capture, you remember the definition, you must capture the data and input it here. Once you input the data, and I'll show you how we get the data. Once you put in the system is in the middle. That's why you see geographical information system. And it is in that system that you will capture and encode. Encode is to put a code for every data sets you put there. So that is you identified with a code. Then you can store, you can remove, and then you can manipulate, and you can analyze. And then you can display. So under display is where you have user requirements. So if you want to answer a particular question on land use, and you are doing data analysis on land use, then you will have to, with your data inside, you can now ask questions. Suppose we did this, what happens? If I want to put, let's say, a road network, which is the best road network, and to do that, you need a lot of layers. Now, so that's the system. The output is what comes out. And many times in this system, what comes out is maps or tabular data or bar charts or results that you have asked. So you have that three systems. One system, but in three parts. Why is GIS very important as a system? It is the GIS analytical capabilities. And I want to take you to geography again. When you are doing geography, there is a time when you are told you want to relate two maps. You remember that? You have the first map of roads, probably you have the second map of land use or water, and you are told, relate the two maps and see where do they have similarities and similarities. Do you remember that with the transparency? Those of you who did geography, you remember that. Where you would now look through, you see this one, they relate. This one, they don't. That's the problem that the GIS system has solved, and that's why it's a powerful system. It is a system that allows you to bring all the data sets, and you see, I put there GIS analytical capabilities. You can bring all the data sets, be it social, be it economic, be it technical. You can bring all those data sets in layers. And the system allows you to relate one map to another, one data to another data, and you can ask it to relate even to data sets of whatever magnitude. And that's why from this, you'll create new information. And that's through that process is what is called data mining. So when you bring another data set to another, the two will show you some relationship which you didn't know. If you bring the third one, it will also show you a different relationship. And in the process, you are creating new information. And that's what is called in a technical language, data mining. So that is the biggest or the most important value of this system. So on our planet, we can have all data sets from geology to soils, to topography, to river systems, to land use, to settlement, to urban. You can bring all those data sets together, and as you compare each one of them, you will read the relationships of each. And that way, you can be able to ask as many questions as you want, and you answer whatever decisions you want to make based on that. So far, up to there, have I lost anybody? Situko sawa? Bas. So now you know the system. Now, let me now take you to how do you get data to feed in the system? Because the system is useless without data. So as it was said this morning by our CEO for Council of Governors, data is the most important commodity today on this planet than anything else. Not even those who have gold or diamond are not very, they are not very valuable. And if you check, the richest people today in the world are the people who are doing data analysis or who are in the data. The Facebook people, those who are dealing with the data. So data is the most valuable commodity today than anything else in the world. So let me explain to you how to get the data. There are many ways of getting data. But now the most conventional and the easiest way to get the data is to use what is called remote sensing or Earth observation. Remote sensing in a layman's language is getting information about an entity, about an object, without coming close or without interacting. You can get information from a distance, from wherever, but you get the same information. And to be able to do that, remember how the planet looks like. And remember that the planet is within the solar system. You know, this Earth, since we started in the morning, the Earth moves at about 1,670 kilometers per hour. So you can see how much we have moved since you came here this morning. So remember that. So the easiest way to get data, and I'll show you later, is if you are going to go above the planet Earth, you get data outside. And I'll show you how it has evolved. But let me define what it is right now. So remote sensing or Earth observation, you'll find these terms very often. It is the gathering of data and information about Earth's physical, chemical, you can get chemical, meteorological, and biological systems using in situ. In situ is the instruments that are there. They are in one place. Aerial, airborne platforms to monitor and assess the status of and changes in and the natural and built environment. So it's a system that allows you to get this, but I'll show you how to do it. The other system that is very important and is all on your smartphones, I'm sure there is nobody here who has no smartphone. And the system is called GPS, Global Positioning System. And I told you, latitudes and longitudes define your position. So we have satellites, I'll show you where they are later on, which are going around our planet. We have a constellation of about minimum 24 satellites at one given time. And as they go, they emit radio waves or radio frequencies. Don't worry about that. It's something that you don't worry, but just know they are radio waves. So they enter into your mobile, and from there, they can tell you your position. So that's why you use your mobiles now to get positions. So this system is very important, because when you are collecting data, you must collect data at a particular position. So that's why GPS systems are very important. Our GPS systems now are in our cars, they are in our mobiles, so you can get where you want and the position. So let me give you a diagram that summarizes what I've said in a diagrammatic way. So satellites are in space. So they are going around the Earth. And as they do that, they are taking information, pictures. And these pictures or information is relayed to the ground receiving station through all these frequencies and radio waves, which I don't want you to bother. So you have had ground receiving stations. Even communication. Those of you who come from Rift Valley, one time we had Longonot, a ground receiving station, and that was for communication. So we have various satellites in space for communication, for collecting information on water, on meteorology, on everything. So you can collect, and this data comes in real time. So you can get it either every day, like the meteorological data. If you go to Kenya Met, they have a ground receiving station. And if you go to Kenya Met at the Great Corner, you will see data on which they use to give weather forecasting is received every 15 minutes from the satellite. And from there, they do the analysis through the system, I've told you. Before, we used to use also aeroplanes, and we still use them to collect data. Most of you have seen one time in wherever you are, the planes are flying. They fly, they go up to the end, and then after some time, again, you hear the plane is coming back. So we also take data using the plane. And from there, you can get all data. You are interested in the trees, forests, water, whatever you get. Recently, we can also collect data using other methods. Mobile telephony. We can also collect data in the ocean here, those who come from ocean. They have floating bows or buoys that they put inside the ocean, which is used to collect data on the ocean dynamics. So I have told you that. Now let me define this other terminology, which is spatial, so that we understand what we are talking about. What is spatial? Spatial refers to space. So each one of you, again, is occupying a space. And it's in a three-dimensional, really, of expanse. So wherever you are occupying a space and in 3 dimensions. So all materials and projects and objects are located and where events occur. So like today we have an event here. The event we have is a training. So each one of you is occupying a space. So you are in a spatial environment. You are spatially located. Now, when the space is identified, like where you are seated, using latitude and longitude coordinates, which I can do, or your phone can do, it is referred to geospatial. Geo is a terminology that is used to refer to Earth or to planet. We have also spatial data. So data, which is called spatial, is data based on each space, wherever is of your interest. So it refers to geographic data that provides information which identifies the location of features and boundaries on Earth. So wherever you are, we can have the location of your features. We can describe all what is in front of you, water, those programs and so on, those some of the features, and so on. So that's what it is. So when you are talking spatial data, we are talking about space, having location. Okay, let me take you now to the history, how data has been collected from historical perspective to today. The first data, I told you, you need to go out of the planet. You must go higher to be able to see what is down. Because when you are like this, you only see what is around you. But if you go up, we all came by plane. And when you look throughout on the window, you see many. You see larger areas. So as you go higher, higher, and higher, the Earth will become a smaller place. Eventually, you will be looking at the Earth, and you are right in the atmosphere. So the higher you go, you look at the Earth from higher level, the more you can understand what is going on. So initially, people started by using balloons. That's how balloons were started. To put balloons, put air, and send it up. And then be able now to find out what is going on there. And still the Kenya Meteorological Department, or Met, they still use balloons. If you go to Kenya Met once in a while, you see them releasing balloons. We used to use aeroplanes. After aeroplanes, we have had spaceships. Spaceships are equipment that are well designed that will go into space and come back. So you have had spaceships from NASA, from many other places. Right after spaceships, it became necessary that you must put satellites in space so that they remain there. so that they continually collect information. So from spaceships, we moved to satellites. And now we have lots of satellites in space, collecting all sorts of data. So you can access this data without any problem. Recently, we have the space satellites used to be huge machine. But today, we have now satellites that are small, just about 40 or 20 kilograms, or just the size of a box, that can be sent into space and remain there and collect the data. So today, we have more of microsatellites, and I'm sure you have heard many microsatellites are being put in space so that the issue of network is solved. So very soon, we will not have this fiber optics. Guys are putting a lot of this in the air. And I think you had 2 years ago, Kenya was working with Japan to put a satellite. I don't know whether you ever heard that in Japan, and recently, last year, in California. From microsatellites, now we have moved to drones. Unajua what are drones? Have you seen drones? Yeah. So now drones are now the in thing now that have come. They simulate drones have exactly what is there in the satellite. But now you can control them. So drones now can be used to collect data very fast. You program the drone, you want to know what data you want, you put the right instruments there, and you set it go. It will go alone. We sit wherever you are, you control until you collect the data, you bring it back. Now we have pilots, who are training just to be pilots of drones. So it's now a course that's ongoing. So now we can collect data very easily. So the issue of data, you can collect it very easily. Last and not least, now we can use our smartphones. Your phones you have. You can use it to collect all sorts of data. You can make many apps on your phone and be able to use it to collect whatever data is. So currently this is the system, and now, right now, I'm sure there will be people from FAO, if they are going to come, they will tell you what we are doing together with them on how to use drones and smartphones to collect data. So I want just to show you how the world up there, up in space, we have over 100,000 plus satellites that are going around. So there's so much data that's being collected on anything, name it, is there. There are satellites for everything you want. Even those that are monitoring ships, even the planes, when we enter the plane, there are satellites there that are monitoring every position that plane is. And I think if you check on your phone, you have seen you can find out where your flight is. Have you checked that? You can find the flights, you can check where is the flight is going to be. If you are ordered goods from let's say, US, you can see where the plane is. Have you seen that? Yeah. So all this, there are so many satellites. If I were to explain to you, you ask me any question and I'll tell you this one, you can get this satellite provides it from. So I wanted to show you that data is available, but how to access to it, that's what is important, and you need certain technical capabilities. So up to there, is any student who is lost? Yes, Professor.
From the diagram you have put in there, all those satellites belong to certain countries.
Belong to?
Certain countries, I see Russian Federation, India, China, and so on. I haven't seen Kenya up there. So how do you get information yourself if Kenya is not up there?
Now, since Kenya, you are aware, and you may not be aware, Kenya has what is called an entity called Kenya Space Agency. How many of you know that we have Kenya Space Agency? Mary knows, yeah, she knows. So, yeah, you see, very good. So we have a Kenya Space Agency that is supposed now to get into this league of putting satellites. But we have not developed the capacity to reach where we can put our own satellites. And that's why we have been linking with the, Japan, and recently we linked with the NASA to put some of our microsatellites in space. But the Kenya Space Agency is there. It can enable you access to any of these satellite data because they have agreements. In fact, last week we had the second Kenya Space Agency conference and expo in Nairobi. It was at a place called EDGE last week. So yes, we can access to this. We have got Kenya Space Agency. But because it's domiciled in the army, I think that's why most of you may not know.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
So now, it could easily be a position that in Vihiga, you want to access some data which the Kenya Space Agency is not aware of, or it's not aware that can be collected through the satellite and so on. So what space do you have as a county to work with the Kenya Space Agency to get some data from the system?
Yes, you have, and they have. You've read their laws and their regulations. You only need to enter into an agreement with them, an MOU. For example, for me, I have an MOU with the Kenya Space Agency, and when I want any of this data, they can access it. But as a county, you can also access to the owners of these satellites direct, because these satellites are there for business. They sell the data. So if you want, you can access it. And I think she asked, my moderator said about the cost. So I'll tell you about the cost. But you can, Professor, you can access to the data direct yourself. And if you want more, I'll tell you, we can talk, I'll show you whichever data you want and how to get it.
Yeah, I think we shall talk.
Okay. Okay, so up to now, is there anybody who is lost? Yes.
I'm not lost, but I'm worried. This data that is all over with all these satellites, can it also be used for espionage and such things and criminal activities?
Yes, there are satellites that are there for only for security. There are quite a number, and that's why Kenya Space Agency is domiciled in defense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we have satellites which are specifically for security.
And the espionage?
Yeah.
Espionage?
Then?
They can spy on us?
Yes, you can get as much information as possible. Yeah, you can.
So we can now not hide. Okay. Maybe we'll get to that when you get to the regulatory framework, because I'm just wondering, if there's so much happening out here, hovering over us, are we safe?
You are safe. Because the Kenya Space Agency is there to ensure which data is being collected, where, and when, and for what purpose.
That question is important. Is there an international convention that regulates the use of space?
Yes, we have the UN Convention of 1972 on the use of space for peaceful use for socio-economic development. There is UN space use 1972. Okay, so I think I have one. Yes, please.
I too have been worried, but not so much. You have said that these satellites have, they relay data real time.
Yes.
And basically all our gadgets, machines, they are connected to them. My question is, how come, for instance, some planes disappear from the radar all over, and we have all those many satellites, and they are never traced until people have been lost forever?
One that has never been traced in Malaysia, but the rest have been traced.
So that is actually what worries me. How come it just disappeared from nowhere?
That has remained a mystery, and up to today, the people in this industry have never understood, but they have never given up. They are still searching. But they have all the information, but it's never led them to, retrieve debris of that Malaysian plane. It's the only one, but the rest have been found out. Even the Titanic was found out. All these were found. All these. Even the other one that happened in the U.S. some 2 years ago in the Atlantic, where people were going down to look for the Titanic, more information were retrieved. Anyway, in life, there must be some anomaly, something that happens that cannot be explained. So the Malaysian plane is the only one that has never been explained, but work is going on. So let's move so that I don't tire you. But so far, I can see my students are doing well. They are listening. Now, let me now go. So the technology, I've given you the technology, and I believe now you can explain even to your son, to your daughter at home, what GIS is and so on, because this is what they are being taught, but so on. Now let's go to definition of a spatial plan. What is a spatial plan? Because we are talking of spatial plan. So a spatial plan is a set of documents that indicate a strategic direction for the development of a given area. It is for strategic direction for development of a given area. That's what is a strategic plan, a spatial plan. And in this strategic direction, you must have set of policies. You must have priorities. You must have programs and land allocations that will implement the strategic directions. So land, you can see, becomes a very important. And influence the distribution of people, because you are planning for people. So the influence of the distribution of people is very important, and activities in spaces of various scales. So a spatial plan will give you a direction where you should do the development. You must have set policies and priorities and programs. You must have land where that is going to be done. And more importantly, you must have the people. Distribution, because it gives you where you put that development. So that's what spatial plan is all about, the definition. So let's go now. I'm sure you may not know, but I know you know, that we have the Kenya National Spatial Plan. As I said, just go to your Google and check, you'll see this document. And this document has been designed to cover from 2015 up to 2045. So we have already planned. So if anybody tells you, Kenya has not planned, we have already planned up to 2045. So if you just want to know what is going to go on wherever you are or in your area of jurisdiction, check this. They will tell you in this area, in the next years, this is what is going to happen. So as a country, we have a plan, and it's there for the next 40 years. So let's see what this plan has. This plan is a national spatial plan. It's designed to provide a national spatial planning framework for integration of social, economic, and environmental policies. So this plan brings all the social, economic, and environmental policies we were talking about yesterday together. The plan envisions spatial development of the country in a manner that promotes competitiveness, prosperity, and high quality of life for the citizens in line with the aspiration of Kenya Vision 2030. So it's still in line with Kenya 2030. It details out our national vision that will guide the long-term spatial development of the country for a period of 30 years. It covers the entire territory of Kenya and defines the general trend and direction of spatial development of the country. It aims at achieving an organized, integrated, sustainable, and balanced development of the country by providing a framework for better national organization and linkages between different activities within the national space. You remember we talked about space. You can hear again, it's here. So that's what it is. And that's how that plan, if you open your Google, that's the plan. That's how it looks like. It was approved on October 2016. Now, so I wanted to show you that at the national level, we have a spatial plan for the next 30 years. So refer to it. For counties, we must refer to it as we make our own spatial plan. And the people of FAO, Madam Husna, if she comes, if she's here, she will show you how now we are having FAO and European Union helping all our counties to prepare county spatial plans. And they are funding it through that. So FAO will be here to tell you. And I'm happy that we have been able to work together with FAO to come with that program. So let me go to the legal framework of GIS and Earth observation data as planning tools for decision-making in Kenya. As I said earlier, they are legal frameworks, but people don't know them. And I'm happy that when I was a member of parliament, I'm the one who introduced most of these legal frameworks in parliament. But because it's more of science, many people have, some of them people don't read. But it's good that you know that they are there. So let's go to the constitutional provisions. It's all these things is all about planning, space, and so on. So Article 5 of the Constitution gives our territory and the territorial waters. And this defines what Kenya is. So Article 5 defines the boundaries and delineations of Kenya. So it's very clear. You all know the famous Article 10, which outlines national values and principles. We also have Article 60, which is principles of land policy implementable through the national land policy. We have Article 66, which the state is given powers to regulate use of any land and property in the interest of land use planning, among others. So the government has the power. So this law is there in our constitution. Now, if you go to now the other statutes now that are there that govern everything to do with the spatial planning, I'll just give you, I'll not go into details because it will take me long to do so. So we have Fiscal Planning Act of 1996. This provides administrative types, content, process, and approval of various plans. We have the County Government Act of 2012. This statute mandates county governments to carry out the planning function at the county level. I'll give you the details of this statute when I get to Vihiga. Yeah, I'll get to Vihiga here, while I'm here. Yeah. Now we have the Urban Areas and Cities Act. You all know it. It's for planning of the cities and urban areas. We have the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, which I said we need to amend, but right now is the statute we have. We have number 5, we have Agriculture, Fisheries, and Food Authority Act of 2013 that provides the confines within which to make proposals on agricultural promotion and conservation of soils and fertility for sustainable agriculture. So it's there. We have the Water Act. We have the National Land Commission Act of 2012, which creates county land management boards. You remember we talked about the boards and the problems with the boards and how we need to strengthen, which are critical in processing development applications and allocation of public land. We have the Land Act. So we have quite a number. I just chose a few that relate to our subject. So I've taken you from the technology of GIS, or now we can call it geospatial technologies. I've taken you through the legal framework at the national level. I've taken you through the national spatial planning, which is there. So my last section now is to take you to Vihiga so that I show you how we have used this technology to make our decision, rational decision making. Because most of the decisions that are made, and particularly political decisions, they are made based on people's interest. But with this system, you don't need to have your interest. The data will tell you where you should do what is required. So, are we ready to go to Vihiga? You are ready? Very good. You are good students. So, as we go to Vihiga, I want to define the laws that we have used to establish our GIS facility. I told you earlier on the County Government Act. If you go to the County Government Act, clauses 104 to 115 obligates every county to develop a county integrated development plan, CIDP, a 5-year plan that informs each county's annual budget. A county sectoral plan is a 10-year plan, and a county spatial plan, which is also a 10-year plan, reviewed every 5 years, and city and municipal plans. So we are operating through legal confines. And more specifically, clause 105F obligates counties to establish a GIS-based database system to be used as a tool for decision-making for development of those plans. So there's a requirement that we must establish, each county must establish a GIS system. So I told you when I was in Parliament, I was instrumental in making sure these things are put there. We have also a presidential order in a Gazette notice of 27th March 2017, which establishes Kenya Space Agency. You know, this thing was established 2017, whose mandate is to develop and nurture a vibrant and viable domestic space industry by enhancing coordination of space-related activities among government agencies, private sector, industry, and researchers. So that's how Kenya Space Agency was established. So we leveraged on these statutes to establish our GIS facility. And it's based on the premise that that we need to come up with a system that will enable us to have rational decision making, which is based on data, information, and data. And by the way, 80% or more of the data you require for any decision is spatial. There's no other way. It's spatial in nature or position. So that's what we used. Because the whole system is complex, I'll only just show you the architecture of our system. So we have our architecture of the system. We call it Vihiga County Development Information System. But we chose to call it as CDIS. It is an integrated platform that helps to interlink departmental data and information in Vihiga County government to help in effective planning and decision making as well as monitoring. So we have developed so many systems, subsystems within the system. So all those you have seen are subsystems that we have developed. So we have a subsystem dealing with the land information management system. We have a subsystem dealing with the county agricultural and management information system. We have transport infrastructure information system. We have health services information system, education services information. Think about it, environmental, all the systems. Because we are able to collect, you can collect most of this data, either on the ground or from satellite data. But we start with satellite data, then we verify on the ground. So that's how our system, the architecture of our system. So let me give you examples how the inside, let me take you inside the system so that you see what goes on inside. So let us start with a few examples of health, application in health management. So under health management, we can do many things, or we have done many things. We have done mapping and classification of health facilities using satellite data and ground personnel. So we have mapped all our health facilities with all the data that we require. They are there. From where it is, the position, the number of patients used, the diseases that are more endemic there, everything is there. Then we are using it for monitoring and evaluation of ongoing health projects. We have a program called a Teachable Care Program, where we have expectant mothers. As of now, as we talk, as up to yesterday, we have now had 16,054 mothers some are still pregnant, and those who became pregnant and gave birth. And we mapped where they are. We can take you to where that woman is. Because we have the GPS position, and then we have CHPs, community health workers, promoters, who actually know where they are and which health center they report, and whether they have gone for the first antenatal clinic or not. And because we wanted to encourage them, we said, anytime you go for antenatal clinic, we'll give you 1,000 shillings. As an incentive, because we are telling them about nutrition, so we give them for transport and to buy matunda and other small labda nyama, because we are talking of proteins and all other things. Because that's what they are taught when they go to this antenatal clinic. So as of now, we have 16,000. That is up to yesterday. In fact, the 25th of yesterday, today is 26th, isn't it? So I got this data yesterday. And then we can mapping out of patients in relation to diseases. So we have all the patients mapped. So that's the type of information we do. So let's go to the next, under health. I think I missed this. Oh, yeah. Sorry, just go back. Again. I think we missed a map there. But we have, let me just explain. Okay. So with that information, you can see all the type of info. We have made a dashboard which shows you information in each of the health facilities as that information becomes available. So every day you can know what has been going on there. So we have a dashboard. Now, I think there's, unfortunately, the map that came there is a wrong one. You see, it's not the right one, but I'll deal with it. So anyway, so what we have done, I really wanted to have that, but let's see whether I will get it. So we can be able to map, let me explain it, and I'm sure you'll understand it. So we have mapped all our health facilities wherever they are in the county. And we have made a policy that nobody should move more than 3 kilometers to a health facility. The World Health Organization says 5 kilometers, but for us, we are brought to 3. So what happens is that within the system, we ask the system, this is our health facilities across the county. Can you tell us areas where we need to put more facilities so that it complies with our policy of 0 kilometers? So within the system, there is something called a program there called buffering program, which will draw a line, a circle on every health center that is within 3 kilometers. So every health center that is within 3 kilometers, it draws a line. And then another one, it draws a line. And in the process, after they finish, it will have done what is called gap analysis, where now you find areas where there are no health facilities. So those are the areas you have to focus. And that's not enough. Yes, finally, it's come. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. So that is it. So that is a gap analysis map. So those are our health facilities in Vihiga. We have said that 3 kilometers, so we have drawn the circles, you know. And therefore, you can see areas that require intervention in terms of building another health center. So areas that don't have. But that's not enough. There might be a reason why that area may not have a health center. It could be a wetland. It could be water. So you must now get there, like for example, at the farthest end, where there is green, is a forest. It's Kaimos forest. So you are not going to build a health center in the forest. So what you need to do, then you ask the system, apart from showing you the area, show me the population. So it will bring a layer of the population and look and see, do we have the population that is required? Because also there's the definition, this health center must serve, let's say, 5,000 households. So you must also bring the household thing. You must bring the map on water supply. Is there water supply in that area? You will bring another map on roads. Do we have the roads there? So once you bring all this information, it will then tell you, yes, you can put here, you have this, but you lack this. So when you are putting, let's say, you want to put a health center there, but you have no roads, or no road there. So you must work with the people of roads, so that as you put the health center, you also put a road. Otherwise, you will build a health center, and we have seen many of them built in the bush and left there, because people didn't look at these things in an integrated manner. So you can do everything else, planning, using this system, with this system of gap analysis. You can do anything, define whatever you want to define. Okay, now let's go to underwater. So underwater, we have also mapped our reconstruction of our water supplies or water schemes, mapping of construction of main water supply pipes, the pipe networks, so that you know where the pipes are. Because, you know, in this country, everybody's putting a structure. Everyone comes, digs his own, another one comes, puts, and that's why wherever there is always a destruction. So we want to monitor where these pipes are, so that even when you are building a road, you know there is a pipe here, and should not be on the road, should be away from the road. We have water tanks, kiosks, and so on and so on. And then, of course, we have river networks. So we can see our river network. So that map shows you our water schemes. So we have our water schemes, and I know Justice Bosso will know this area because he knows me. He comes from Sabatia. So we have the Maseno, we have the Lunyerere, and I think he benefits from Kaimos, the Kaimos water. So those are our main water projects. Now you can see we put road networks so that we know where it is. Within it, we have even the main distribution tanks, so we know where the tanks are for each of the projects. We have seen when we are doing the piping, we have to have them mapped so that later on people don't interfere with them. So we have done that. We have also boreholes, springs, water tanks, and water kiosks. They are all mapped. And if you click on each of them, each of that dot, it will give you all the data on each of that. You can see that. So if you click on each of that point, it tells you that one is, you know, this place, whether the place it is, the sub-county, the ward, the latitude, the longitude, the status. So it will give you that. So you can get all the information you require. Next. That is our water systems. We have also mapped all our water systems, our river network. So we have each one of them, we have our network. Okay, so that is water. And then the next one is land use comparisons. We are showing you, we have been mapping land use using satellite data. We did a land use mapping in 2019, and we have just done another one in 2024. We did it just last month using the latest satellite. So we can show the differences. You won't be able to see details here, but if we were on the system, I can show you the details. But generally, what is showing that overall, we have more increase in land, in farming, agricultural activities between the two, between 2019 and 2024. We have had a bigger increase in agricultural production. And those of you, including your presiding judge, knows that for the last 5 years, we have never had hunger in Vihiga. Yeah, people are very healthy there. Because we have increased production. We have increased production of food. It's only that I cannot show you right here, this. But if we go to the system, we can show you. Next, we can now go to application in planning. So under planning, sorry, just get back, yeah. So we can use this for planning of towns and markets in Vihiga. That's what we have done. Beautification plans of Mbale. I think also Justice Eboso will confirm that we have beautified Mbale. It used to be a mud-ridden town, but now it's got cabro everywhere. Can you confirm? We have also put lighting and everything there. So we can use the same system to do urban planning. And so let's see some of the urban planning programs you have done. That is Kaimo's complex land use, land cover map. So I'll not go into details. It's complex because we have Kaimo's University there. We have Cheptul Market. We have the famous Shamahoho. We have Serem. They are all there. So it gives you what is there and what is planned. So we are soon gazetting this place to become a municipality. So that's why we have done this partial map. And those are the details. We have put the Kaimo's complex settlement plan, how people are settled and which areas now we have to declare these are urban areas. This will now be for development, either industrial or housing, and all this. So they are all planned there. Next. We have also done more details, so I will not go into details, but those are the details we have done within the system. Next. We have also done a lot of work on road network. So we have indicated which roads we should tarmac, and those are shown. And those of you who come from Vihiga will attest that most of those roads are now tarmac, except one from Shamahoho to Lusui is the one that is not yet. But the rest, we have tarmacked them in the last 6 years. And we show, the system will show you the length of the road, if you require how many galaverts, if you require bridges, all that will be shown. Next. We have also done a spatial plan for Luanda municipality, and we are just about to declare it a municipality. So those are the details out there, which are required through the Urban Planning and Cities Act. Professor has done, I know you have declared quite a number, Maseno, yeah. So you require this information to be able to do that. So those are the details. For example, in Luanda, we have satellite towns like Rabor, just in Luanda, as you get to Siaya. We have also planned for the satellite towns, markets around Luanda. Yeah, so that is it. Next. So I think I've taken you through a simple journey, but you saw the system had subsystems that were almost 27. So if we were to go through all the subsystems, we would be here until tomorrow. So we have all these data sets in this system. So with these data sets, you can ask all sorts questions. You simply ask the question, whatever question you want, and you go and look at the data set. And that's why, the artificial intelligence is all about the data. So as they lure you on your phones to join, they want you to get the free information. And those of you who have noticed, anytime you have an interest, either on Facebook or whatever, every time you go to a certain, you are interested, let's say in fashion. Every time you go to fashion, you want to see what, or you want to buy things, then all of a sudden, if you have noticed, you'll find now you are being brought many of those things. Every day now you are being, if you like shoes, you start seeing many shoes coming. Every time they are showing. Because they have now discovered you love shoes. Because it's working in the background, and that's a marketing gimmick. So the guys who are owning the Facebook, now they will tell the guys, with the shoes or the clothes, or whatever it is, this one is your candidate. And then they start pumping all this information to you. If you want some funny pictures and you start opening them, then all of a sudden you start receiving them. Because they know this person is interested in this matter. So that's how AI works, but you must have data sets. So that's why they are doing data mining from all of us. So in conclusion, I would say that Vihiga is one of the counties that as a state of art of GIS, I think we are the pioneer. And to date, we have hosted more than 37 counties coming to Vihiga to see what is going on. And I want to congratulate Professor Anyang' Nyong. He came with his entire team, and we took them for a whole day. And after that, he has established a good GIS system. In fact, he was launching just a month ago. So he's one of the beneficiaries, but he has done an excellent work. And then he has got a very good person, of ICT person, who is now the CEC in charge of land and urban planning. So we have launched 37, and all these 37 now under the FAO program, which you'll be told, they are now establishing. So by the end of this year, all 37 counties should have this system in place. We use the satellite data for public participation. You see, public participation, the way it is done of now, is more or less the people out there don't have the information to make the decisions, but they are told this is what it is. So for me, we are now using maps. If it's planning about a hospital, we go with the maps of the same area. Maps and all the data, so that we show them this is your charge, this is this. Then there people can make decisions. We use a lot of satellite data for doing what I've just shown you. And we now plan to use our accumulated sectoral databases in AI, artificial intelligence simulations, for further data mining. In conclusion, I want to say the following. Geospatial technologies are currently being used worldwide in spatial planning and decision making. However, there is a serious lack of awareness among decision makers about the importance of these technologies in sustainable resource assessment, mapping, and management. There is little capacity and capability in these technologies, particularly in developing countries. The high-cost acquisition of high-resolution satellite data and establishment of geospatial infrastructure is a limiting factor at the start. For us, now the professor here can tell you how much he has spent, but for us to put the system in place, we used about 40 million to put the system in place. But after that, then you are ready to go. Yeah, you just be maintaining it. And then I also want to say that despite Kenya having the Kenya Space Agency, very few people, institutions know its existence and services. So that is something that needs to be known. Finally, I want to leave you with one quote, a very important quote, and look at it. This is by a gentleman called Socrates, and see when the time he lived. And this is what Socrates said: man must rise above the earth to the top of the atmosphere and beyond, for only then will he fully understand the world in which he lives. That is Socrates. 469 to 399 BC. So you can see how people have been clever long time ago, even before we were clever. So thank you very much, and thank you.
I think His Excellency deserves a round of applause, a better applause. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for that. I've been told to do two things: one, disclosure, and setting right. That when I came in, I did not introduce myself. My name is Irene Morao Gamba. I'm the Director of Legal Services of the Council of Governors. The second issue is to set right. His Excellency is not Wilberforce, but his name is Wilbur. So thank you. I think one of the things that we pride in as the Council of Governors is documenting best practices, and Vihiga is a best practice when you're dealing with issues of GIS. The second thing that we pride ourselves in is peer-to-peer learning, and that is why the other counties are emulating what Vihiga County has done. If there's anything that you did not get, or if there's something that you need to get from this session, are about four things. That GIS is about science of where. I think that is something that he has told us, the value of data. But allow me to say that data is important, but unless you use that data, then that data really is useless. I will allow us, I think, 4 questions to His Excellency, or 5 if they're very burning, so that after that we can be able to pause and reflect on what he has said. So I will allow, yes, I can see Justice Christine asking a question. Yes, Christine. Justice Jane, 2 questions from this place. Can I have, yes, I do not know your names, but at least I know some of you. Yes, I can see a hand there, and yourself. Those 4 questions for His Excellency so that he can be able to respond to the same. So Justice Christine, your first question.
Mine is really not a question. I just wanted to ask, is Siaya County also in this thing? Because I'm from Siaya. Jen and I were really grappling with because I'm from the most rural part of Siaya County, and Governor, you have to really help us. Yeah.
Yes, Justice Jane.
A bit, I was just wondering, with all this technology that can be harnessed, is it being used in mapping out this affordable housing thing?
Okay. There was a question from this row. Yes?
Yes. My name is Annette Nyukuri. My question to...
you speak louder?
My question to His Excellency, and first I want to really appreciate him on that very well elaborative presentation. But I want to, I'm looking at our National Geospatial Plan, and there is something on agriculture. One thing I noted is that there is just a lamentation that on our land use, agriculture has suffered because of fragmentation, and also due to competing land use. When I go to Kiambu, just here on Kiambu Road, I find those coffee plantations. they are now being turned into real estate. And very soon we'll have very beautiful houses and nothing to eat. The reason why our children are on the streets is actually food. As a country, I don't know whether, as we are planning, our plan is up to 2045, whether we are planned for basics. We may be looking so sophisticated. We are planning for transport, we are planning for the things we'll have, so many things. But are we addressing basics like food security? When you go to developed countries, people are more, I would say they plan for where people would live, and they don't touch agricultural land, because we can have so much, but as long as we don't have those basics like food, then we are not going anywhere. So over time, we have seen our country importing food, which has put pressure even on our exchange rate, on our money, in terms of the value of our money to the dollar. So I'm wondering whether there is any plan or anything that we are going to do as a country to relook at that plan, whether we are addressing our basic needs as a people, or especially on the side of agriculture. Thank you.
Yes, there was a question. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Olao. Governor, thank you for a good presentation. I think one of the questions I wanted to ask has already been asked. But I was wondering, Governor, you seem to have very good plans for your county. The little I know about Vihiga is quite rocky. So I was just wondering whether the topology of the county has affected your plans, because it appears to me you are a governor who perhaps should be in a place where there's a lot of land, perhaps in Marsabit, or where you can implement a lot of your plans. Because the last time I was in Vihiga, I could see a stalled stadium, and my inquiries revealed that the land has become very expensive, so you couldn't really expand. There's also the issue of the market. Right now it's almost impossible, particularly with the trailers. Is there a way you could find of relocating with Kenha perhaps the parking of the trailers and the market? And then this question I wanted to ask when your brother Anyang is here, but I can see he has disappeared. Perhaps he thought he knew I would ask it. Where exactly is Maseno, Governor? Is it in Vihiga, or is it in Kisumu? Was it grabbed from you? And then lastly, I would like to believe that you share these very good ideas with your colleagues. I'm glad you've said you've shared with your brother from Maseno. But do you share with others? And Mutungi is asking me, if you do they understand? Yeah, I think that's for now. Thank you.
Yes, Your Excellency, you have 5 questions, but even as you respond to the 5 questions, I know that the judges are lawyers first. One of the things that perhaps you need to tell us about ethical issues around data, because this platform is about data and the data protection. So we welcome Your Excellency and respond to the questions that have been posed to you.
Thank you for those insightful questions. I will start by addressing the issue. It was raised whether affordable housing is following any plan. I will not be able to say yes or no, but what I seem to see happening is it's like housing is demand driven. I mean, wherever there is land to put housing is where it's being put without doing the analysis that I've shown you in this presentation. So I will not be able to answer that question, but I am sure the people of urban planning may be in a better position. But I know that like what we have in Vihiga where they are building, it was built because the land was there. know that the demand was not there, was there. So that we will be able to leave it to the people of the land. The issue that has been raised about food security and land use is a very pertinent question, and it's a question that we as a country we have not really addressed. We have the land policy, national land policy, which specified how we should be able to use our land and how we should come up with a land use policy. But to date, we have not really come out. I know it's now that they are trying to come up with a land use policy. But it's important as a country, we must make a decision which areas are for what land use. And urbanization, as it's taking place, as we have had in Kiambu, if we do not have a proper zoning, so that we zone this area is for agriculture and it's for agriculture, this area is for urban planning and it's for urban planning. If we don't do that, yes, we are going to lose most of the agricultural land to urban planning. And this is going to happen throughout the whole country. Because even in our counties, we are now having markets and towns that are growing very fast. So if we don't do a spatial plan now for those markets and towns, then we are going to have, explosion of construction everywhere and even have slums. So it's something that we need as a country to take into consideration as we move forward. The topography of Vihiga is indeed very rugged and very hilly. So it is true, quite a number of areas in Vihiga, are almost 30% of Vihiga is very rugged and very hilly. And that's why we've decided for those hilly areas, particularly the Maragoli Hills, we have decided to do reforestation of the whole area and convert it into an area whereby we will be able to focus on ecotourism and most likely on carbon markets. So that's what we are doing. Those hilly areas, we are planting growing trees in anticipation that we could use them for carbon markets. Ethical issues on data, yes, we have Data Protection Act, which is very clear what you should do with the data and how it should be utilized, the privacy of data and so on. So for us in the county, we follow what the Data Protection Act spells out. For example, the data for each department is their data. They are the ones who have the authority to it. So although it is within our GIS facility, but it cannot be availed to somebody else without the department saying yes or no. And then, of course, they have classified some of the data that should not be given out for one reason or another. I don't know which other question I may have.
I think all of them. Pardon? Maseno.
Well, Maseno is a political issue. And even when I was in parliament, I raised a lot of questions about Maseno, and no answers were given. My former senator, Khaniri, has raised many issues in the Senate, and that matter has been not resolved. So we are assuming that once IEBC is reconstituted, the matter of Maseno, the boundary dispute, will have to be addressed. But I want to confirm that the boundary dispute is there.
Okay, thank you. Your Excellency, you note that all these questions that have been asked by the participants primarily fall under the county government's jurisdiction. I think we need to have more conversation around this. This is 11:52, and I say that we need to break, reflect on what His Excellency has told us, and then we come back for the two other presentations all around the GIS. I don't know whether that is acceptable or you still have energy so that we can take you through the other two presentations. Okay, I hear you loud and clear. We can break for tea. Thank you. We will only have tea for 20 minutes, and then we come back. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the presentation. And dear participants, thank you for listening and listening keenly. Asante. The person who was supposed to make a presentation on the role of GIS in digitization of land processes, understanding the GIS architecture, will not make that presentation because His Excellency has already addressed the architecture of GIS. And therefore, we will go to Dr. Wambua Kituku, who will tell us about the place of GIS as a tool to enable just, efficient, and effective judicial decision making in land planning, environment, and climate justice. Dr. Kituku, building up on what His Excellency has said, one of the things that we have learned is that GIS is a vital tool and that the tool can be used for spatial analysis, evidence presentation, case preparation, and evaluation. It is a very important tool for decision making for the judicial officers, but also for probation and parole management. Yesterday, you recall that His Excellency Governor Otichilo did indicate that one of the things that we need to embrace is post-judgment supervisory by way of structural interdict. Could you kindly come and present to us the experiences that other jurisdictions have taken in the use of GIS? Even as you look at GIS, you need to also address the reality of, Dr. Kituku, the reality of, I can see a hand. Can you hear me? Okay, yes. Okay. What you need to tell us is whether this tool can actually be used by judicial officers, but also other justice system actors. So let us put a hand for Dr. Kituku. A hand for Dr. Kituku.
I'm sorry, Irene, for interfering with your announcement. Please, honorable judges, if you have not seen me, please see me. And please remind your neighbor in case they have forgotten. I think you know what I'm talking about. Please, tafadhali.
Okay, karibu Dr. Kituku. I'm giving you 10 minutes to make your presentation.
From where? Here. Up, okay, thank you. You say 10 minutes? Okay. It's yours. All right. Yes, thank you. Good morning. Yeah, so again, this presentation builds on what Governor Otichilo has presented here. I'm just going straight to look at how can we apply GIS in judicial decision making. And when I say judicial decision making, I'm using that term in its broadest. So one application is on determination of boundaries. I think the governor canvassed that very well, and also ascertaining authenticity of maps. Then the other area is looking at compliance in changes of approved land uses, and there's and also using structural edicts to monitor compliance with any orders given to courts relating to changes of land use. And there are cases, we can also use GIS to evaluate evidence on environmental damage or biodiversity loss. And there's case law. There's this Solomon Island case where the court viewed GIS information as accurate and relied on that information to issue an injunction against the defendant who was found to have been lumbering, extracting forest resources from above a certain threshold set by regulations. Then also, GIS can be used in resolution of environmental crimes in terms of situating an accused person at a particular place, the scene of the environmental crime. And this is also based on science because of what we were told by the governor, that where you are, nobody else can be there at this point in time. And by the way, technology which our mobile operators have is capable of doing this. I think the DCI, NIS routinely rely on that technology to locate people. So yeah, so this can play a very instrumental role. Then in your role as chairs of court users committees, and also in your role in NCAJ, I think the issue of accessing justice services is important. And last year, when I did a study on data ecosystem for SDGs, we looked at SDG 16, which looks at peace, justice, and all that. And we were trying to ascertain where can we get data to find out how people are accessing courts. Of course, the case records compiled by the judiciary, can do that. But then not everybody who comes to court necessarily comes for a matter. Perhaps they come to seek legal information from court officers. So how do we account for those ones? So interestingly, Safaricom can tell you today, at this point in time, how many people have visited the court station in Ukunda. They'll tell you. Yeah, by the hour, they can tell you that. So it is possible. I mean, our conclusions from that study was that it is possible for the judiciary, or the NCAJ to enter into an MOU with Safaricom, Airtel, and access this data so that besides what you have in your court records, you can also look at GIS information and find out, who are these people who are coming to your courts? And at what time do they come to your courts? And also beefing up security in your courts. This is data that you can also use it for that purpose. Next slide. Then for the theme of this conference, GIS can also be used in evaluating authenticity of carbon credits, and this case law, English case law here. This bank had bought credits from the respondent, and it turned out that the carbon credits were worthless. They were fake, hot air, as the judiciary calls it. So, the GIS information was very critical in ascertaining the authenticity of those credits. So so this can also be used in climate change litigation. Now, are there challenges in the use of this kind of information? Of course, if the information is compiled in a way that does not comply with the law, of course, you'll be at liberty to disregard that kind of evidence. And we've been given the example of GIS information obtained using drones, and the Civil Aviation Act, drones are supposed to be registered. So if that, and licensed. So if that data is collected by an unlicensed drone, then there will be a problem there. Then compliance with data protection. If satellite images brought to you for determination of a boundary, and those images bring out some personal data of a neighbor, of the litigant. So how do you treat that? And then lastly, compliance with Evidence Act. Whoever is producing that act, of course, they have to authenticate that they are experts in production of that evidence for it to be acceptable. So going forward, it's just that one broad recommendation, the need for partnership between the judiciary and the private producers of GIS data for your own purposes in advancing the access to justice in Kenya. My 10 minutes? No, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Secretary has brought closer home this conversation. In the morning, we listened to His Excellency was talking about broad policy issues and strategy issues around GIS, and Daktari has brought these issues closer to judiciary. I will not give you time to ask questions because the next presenter is also bringing out legal issues around carbon trading, and therefore allow me to call Ms. Rosemary Okumbe, who is the Corporation Secretary at NRT. NRT stands for the Northern Redlands Trust on Carbon Trading, and she will be telling us about the case study from NRT. And in particular, I want her to focus on certain issues that were not discussed yesterday. You recall that yesterday we were supposed to have Professor Andrew Muma taking us through a certain issue that is very important around framing climate rights and claiming justice. So allow me to then welcome Ms. Okumbe to take us through that presentation and also the case study from NRT. Karibu CS. Mkaribishe tafadhali.
The presentation coming up. Yeah, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's indeed an honor to be here to present and showcase our carbon project. Before I get to that carbon project, next slide, I think it's important for us to understand who NRT is and what we do. So it's a secretariat of over 45 community conservancies. So NRT is the secretariat, it serves 45 community conservancies in northern part of Kenya, coastal Kenya, and Uganda. So it's established as a shared resource to help develop community conservancies, which are best positioned to enhance people's lives, build peace, and conserve the natural environment. So it is, next slide, a community conservancy model. That is how we base our project. Next slide. So this is how it works. The community is at the very top of the project. They form semi-autonomous bodies in the form of CBOs. They could be trusts, they could be companies limited by guarantee, which have boards, and these boards have management, and the chairman of these boards form what we call the Council of Elders, which is the top making decision body of NRT. So as the Secretariat, we are answerable to the Council of Elders. The Secretariat is run by a board of trustees who have fiduciary responsibilities to ensure that any benefits to these community conservancies are utilized in their best interest. So next slide. It's a project for Kenyans by Kenyans. We have quite a number of programs in peace and security. You understand the northern part of Kenya, it's a very insecure area. So we have peace programs where communities come together to work together in these projects, and it is resolving quite a number of insecurity issues in the north. We also have natural resource programs, livelihood and business programs, and also governance. So if you get time, you can go to our website and see all these programs that we run. In terms of governance, we train these conservancies on good governance. We have a leadership and management training for them, where they're taught on good corporate governance, how to account for funds, how to account for carbon credits, and the like. I'll just go to the next one, which is a natural resource program, which falls under this carbon project. So this resource program helps to stabilize and improve the productivity of grasslands for livestock and health and diversity and wildlife and natural resources, which underpin the economy of northern Kenya. So this is where the carbon project directly lies. So without further ado, I'll get straight to the carbon project. Next slide. So the Northern Kenya Rangelands Carbon Project, NKRCP, is the world's largest soil carbon project, which intends to remove from the atmosphere greenhouse gases through sustainable grazing management plans in over 2 million hectares of northern Kenyan savannas and grasslands. So the project aims at improving pasture for livestock. It improves the landscape for wildlife. It also improves the rangelands that makes them more drought resilient and generates a new revenue stream for community members. So the next slide, you can see that is where we are. We are in 1.9 million hectares in the northern part of Kenya, and we're in 4 counties, that is Marsabit, Isiolo, Laikipia, and I'm just forgetting one. If I remember, I'll let you know. And out of the 45 community conservancies, 14 are participating in this project area. So it anticipates to remove up to 50 million tons of carbon in over 30 years, and yesterday we learned about why 30 years. This is equivalent of annual emissions for over 10 million cars. So that is the value of the project. In terms of fasts, it is the first project generating carbon credits that are reliant on modified livestock grazing practices. So the traditional practice is tether grazing. So they have like a grazing program where they graze in one area. After some time, they move to another area to give the previous area time to recover. And it has been noted that this kind of plan sequesters carbon from the environment and stores it in the soil. So it's the first one to use the modified livestock grazing practices. It's also the first project to work with pastoral communities who use land and resources communally. And it's also the first focused entirely on carbon soil removals. And it is also the first to use modeled and measured removals. So it has been 10 years in the making. Developing the project actually took 10 years, from 2012. And we actually spent 4 years just completing the validation of the methodology, just to prove that carbon is being stored in the soil and ensure that the verified emission reductions, those are the carbons that are verified, are actually real, credible, and verifiable. So as I've mentioned, the lifespan is 30 years, and it uses the NRT conservation model that I've just explained, where there are autonomous participating conservancies. 14 of them are participating in this project. In terms of project support, it's verified by Vera standard. Yesterday you learned about the different international standards. There's Vera, there's Plan Vivo, and the like. And since we have legacy credits, because it's been 10 years in the making, between 2013 and 2016, there were 3.2 million tons that were verified. So yesterday people were asking, do communities usually get these credits? They are actually doing it, and they have produced 3.2 million tons in 2013 to 2016. And in 2017 to 2020, they produced 3.5 million verified emission reductions. So these credits are being sold in the international voluntary carbon market as historical credits with a requirement to have them retired. So in terms of numbers, this also came up yesterday. People were asking, hey, where's the money? Here's the money. The sale of the first 3 years of the credits generated $14.6 million for the participating conservancies. So it's like each of them per year are getting 324 million from between 2024 and 2022 and 2024. We are still verifying more as we go along. So this has given direct cash pay. If it's given as a direct cash payment, the value would be like 20% growth in overall income for the regions. And the sales have been fully funded by many, they have fully funded many conservancy operations. So another thing that came up yesterday is the issue of benefit sharing. How are we sharing these benefits with communities? As NRT, with the project proponents, we help develop the project from scratch to where it is. It needs a lot of technical expertise and advice and so many stakeholders coming together. So we brought them all together. So the communities, after we have taken away brokerage fees from international brokers who help us market these credits in international markets, they spend the rest, they get the rest, and 5% of it is voluntary government levy that they give to, county government levy that has been given to counties. So the counties of Marsabit, Laikipia, Isiolo, have all received this levy for the last 2 years. It's not in legislation, it's something that we just volunteered. In terms of communities, so they get 100% of what is left. They use 60% in supporting any community initiatives and bursaries and projects that they might have. And then the other 40% is used for conservancy operations in order to you heard about project leakage and permanence. So to ensure there's permanence, that there's no leakage, you have to ensure that the rangelands are well taken care of, so that you can create an enabling environment for the project to thrive. So in terms of theory of change, the sale of this sequestered carbon creates soils that store more water, making them more drought resilient. It also creates developing income for local communities. It enhances conservation efforts. It improves rangelands for community livestock. It provides an improved habitat for wildlife and protects for endemic endangered species, including the Besa oryx, the gravy zebra, and the white rhino. And it also directly addresses the impacts of climate change, which has been the topics of discussion throughout. So these are just pictures of the rangelands. You can see how healthy they look. Next slide. These are animals grazing, the gravy zebras and the Besa oryx. The Besa oryx is only indigenous to northern Kenya and parts of Namibia. The next one that's a white rhino with its young one. And then the next slide, that is a community. They usually come together to approve some of their projects, to monitor the projects, to account for funds, and also approve projects that they will be undertaking going forward. It's also fighting climate change, so that's just a slide that we give. In terms of sustainable development goals, we are achieving all these. I don't need to get into any of them. Next slide. In the year 2022, the project received a very big boost. During COP27, you also taught about the COPs and why they were developed. The project was named as an NCS Lighthouse Project by the Natural Climate Solutions Alliance. That means it can be used as a beacon by other upcoming projects as to what is best practice and how to implement these projects for community for communities in indigenous land. So this was a big boost for the project. It is also what we call triple goal accredited. It benefits communities for one. It also benefits climate and biodiversity, as you have seen. So it is only 1 out of 21 projects in the world to receive this accreditation. This means that it can sell the credits at premium rates as opposed to ordinary rates. And some of the buyers include Netflix and Meta, Facebook. And I think there's a Louis Vuitton or something, or one of the design houses. Next slide. In the year COP28, the president actually alluded to the project. And I'll quote what he said: "I am pleased to share encouraging news of an exemplary Kenyan project, which is the first and largest in the world focusing on soil carbon removals through sustainable grazing management. It is on course towards its inspiring target of removing up to 50 million tons of carbon from the ecosystem in the next 30 years. We emphasize community ownership, as I had shown from the model. They are the ones who come together to approve their projects, to determine how it will be spent. And this is just a community meeting of one of the conservancies. They're just tracking the progress of the project. Next slide. The same as this, they also have oversight over the expenditure, how we spend, and they can even discipline conservancies that do not adhere to the standards and guidelines that they've been passed. So in terms of what are communities using these benefits for, they're using them for school bursaries. So I'll give a case study of a Kolama Conservancy. This is a conservancy in Samburu County. They've used their benefits to benefit 1,300 students. They've used 4 million, they've distributed 4 million in total. They've developed infrastructure. There's an ongoing construction of a complex just near Archer's Post. And then they have constructed libraries for primary schools. They've constructed kitchens, and they're also constructing an ECD center. So they're looking at interests of children, because children's rights are also human rights. They've also constructed outposts at Loru Bay, and outpost is just like a conservancy headquarters. Next slide. In terms of water, generally for all the 14 conservancies, they've used 24% of their funds towards water projects. They're piping, they're having pumps, and existing water infrastructure is being renovated, as well as conserving boreholes. For education, they've used 20% of their funds for bursaries benefiting tens of thousands of students, and education infrastructure, including the construction of classrooms, fencing school compounds, dining facilities, and equipping school dormitories with beds. For infrastructure, they are clearing roads in conservancies for security patrols or accessing facilities in nearby towns, which had previously had challenges accessing. In terms of health, they are equipping dispensaries and stocking them with medicines. In terms of tourism, next slide, they are constructing tourism bandas and lodges. And if you find time, there's a website called Big North website. You can actually just Google it right now. It has all these tourism facilities by community conservancies in the northern part of Kenya. And if you find time, you can visit some of those facilities and benefit communities. Other uses for those funds, some of them are using it to secure their land titles for those that have not been converted. Others are using for community welfare programs. Others are having conservancy scout welfare programs and alternative cooking methods. And we also have a robust gender department that is looking at women and youth empowerment programs in those conservancies. So that also came up yesterday. So for a conservancy that has renovated its banda in Lekuruki Conservancy, somewhere in Laikipia, they've used their funds to generate an extra revenue of 3 million Kenya shillings. So I'll shift gears and go to the legal challenges that we are facing while we are implementing some of these projects. For a start, there are low literacy levels in the northern part of Kenya. So this requires intense communal awareness. We are breaking down our concept of carbon, even to the ordinary person, is difficult. So you can imagine for the communities. It requires constant community awareness and training so that they can be on board with how they can make the project work, optimize it, prevent leakages, ensure permanence, and they're really fully on board. In fact, they're very protective of the project, even if whenever there is any external allegations or anything, they come out clearly to defend themselves. And then the second challenge is that there's slow transition to communal land. Some of them have not converted. There are still trusts that are being held by counties. And we are speaking to counties in those regions, especially in Marsabit and in Isiolo, to see how we can come in, help raise funds through our donors to ensure that they can secure their own titles. The other challenge is the issue of project permanence. Like I mentioned, we have 14 community conservancies. We are trading as a block at Vera. So when you go to Vera, it is just one block of those 14 conservancies. So that means they have to stick together for the 30 years. And ensuring that they stick together requires that we have very concrete grievance handling mechanism whenever there are grievances, and very robust agreements to ensure that they stick together for those periods. We've also received criticism from international human rights groups and academics. And during one of the verification processes last year, because when they come to verify the credits, they have to have Vera comes to verify, they have to have a period where they open to receiving complaints or comments from the public. And they received a public complaint under Section 6 from an international human rights group. And some of those allegations led to the suspension of the project for close to 9 months, investigating some of the allegations. And the allegations, it emerged after investigation was complete, were due to misconceptions about the project. And it came out that we are not communicating enough about the project. So the misconceptions were around displacement of communities. It was alleged that NRT is displacing communities from their lands to establish these carbon projects. It was found not to be true at all. Not a single community member was displaced. Were communities involved during FPIC processes? After looking at the documentations, they found that there was some FPIC, although we did not have that regulatory framework that has now just come in. We were using global best practices. There were complaints about benefit sharing that were debunked. Communities are even receiving more than the 40% that is in the new regulations, carbon market regulations. And we are currently negotiating with the brokers to increase that, because they are now finished building the project and they've recouped their amounts. So we're trying to see if communities can even get 65% The negotiations are ongoing, and we are almost finalizing that. There are also criticisms around the methodology. The soil, is it really watertight? And it was found to be watertight. Like I mentioned, it had been 4 years in the making. So we were told to enhance our communication because clearly it's causing confusion in the market, and that is what we are embarking on currently. So the other challenge is nomadic lifestyle. So there are challenges in conducting FPIC in a nomadic pastoral communities because they are always mobile, moving from different areas. Getting them to one space is difficult, and especially under the Communal Land Act, which has a threshold of 2/3 of adult members. Attaining that threshold is quite difficult for community conservancies, and this is a case for courts to interpret and help us, and even legislation to help us deal with this unique problem. So how is NRT dealing with some of these challenges? For one, we have very robust grievance handling feedback mechanism. It is modeled on best practices and meets VERA standards, and it has an externally run whistleblower hotline. So if there are any issues that would arise about child labor or exploitation of community, it will come through the hotline and it will be investigated, and the complainant will get a feedback of where the process is, and that is currently ongoing on the ground. In terms of FPIC guidelines, we have developed our own guidelines, and we've modeled them on best practice, requiring regular, intense community awareness and approval of projects by communities, from conceptualization to implementation to even how they implement their projects. So we also have an association called the Kenya Wildlife Conservancy Association, which has also developed FPIC guidelines that we are using. They have close to over 100 community conservancies as their members, and they usually provide policy direction to their members. For the CLA transition, like I'd mentioned, we are working with counties and other partners to support the transition. A good number have transitioned in Laikipia and Samburu County, but still lagging in Marsabit and in Isiolo, and we're trying to see how we can help those communities get their titles. In terms of climate change legislations, we were very instrumental in giving our comments and concerns around community concerns during public participation, but there's need to recognize the community conservancy model. It's a proof of concept for sustainability. It's working. It's a structure for accounting for funds, and it has been left out of the legislation, and it replaced by the county development agreement committees. So that's a threat to the community conservancies. In terms of county legislations, we have some, like in Samburu County, the first legislations that are supporting community conservancies. They have a bill for that, and the counties were very instrumental when we were developing this project in 2012, before the regulations came into force. They gave us letters of no objection and enabled us to continue the project. That was to complement some of the FPIC processes that we were conducting during that time. And in terms of social safeguards, we are implementing programs and policies that ensure gender and social inclusion. We have a robust human rights policies. We have robust sexual exploitation and abuse policies. All these are on our website. They're accessible to communities. We usually conduct awareness sessions for communities to understand these policies, and we're also in the process of translating some of them to their language so that they can understand some of these things. So that is it for my presentation, and thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you, Daktari and Okumbe. I think we will have about 10 minutes to ask questions, and they can be able to respond to the same. I request that you approach. Daktari and Okumbe, please come in front, occupy this seat so that you can be able to respond to the questions. We will take 2 questions from here, 2 questions from here, and also the other side. Yes, please, you can proceed with your question.
Yeah, the last presenter has done a good job, and I'm definitely impressed. The only problem is what she is saying we have handled cases involving the NRT. And it would seem that what they are saying does not come out when these matters are brought to court. I handled a case recently where the politicians in Isiolo wanted the exercise of titling lands, whether community, they wanted it not done at all. I dismissed it, but they never participated. I don't want to talk about, I've handled several cases. There's one which is being handled by our principal judge in a 3-judge bench. And I don't want to talk about it because I know last week some people had come to me and I told them there's nothing I can do. That matter is before the hearts of my boss. But I would like them to tell us, how to tell us. This land you are using as the Northern Legions, according to you, is it community land? Is it public land? That is one. Is there any of these lands where you've got a title? 2, you have said that these people are illiterate. I would need to advise you that where you find illiterate people, they are the people who elect their politicians. So my advice is that you get buy-ins through the politicians, because like in Isiolo, it's the politicians who are sponsoring cases in court. So you need to talk to them. 2, when it comes to the issue of AJS, your company, I don't know, is it a company? I don't know. What is it? Huh? Well, so it's not a company, but you are making profit. I think it's very important that you participate in AJS matters in Isiolo and Marsabit, where I'm involved. Because some of these things, they do not come out at all. Then I ask you the final question: do you have military facilities within the rangelands? And if they are there, how are you handling them? How come the one called Lewa, is it under you? How come that the only people who can access Lewa are Europeans? Because if I wanted to get in there, I cannot use my small car. I cannot use my donkey cart to get in there. I need to go to a very expensive hotel, and it's for that hotel to be allowed to book, to be allowed to come into your rangelands. I would ask you to be Kenyan, and you be Kenyans. That's all.
I think Judge has raised pertinent issues, and allow Rosemary Okumbe to respond to the same. And as she responds to the same, I think there are certain things that I wanted to hear, because Judge, you've raised an issue about literacy. Now, what about negotiation and power issues when you're negotiating for those contracts? And how do you ensure that the contracts are so watertight that it doesn't prejudice the other person? The other thing that is at the center of this discussion is the dispute resolution mechanisms that are in the contract. So even as you respond to the judge, please respond to those issues. Yeah, just use that.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Lewa is not just for Europeans. Those are part of the misconceptions that we have in the market. And Judge, if you find time, we can invite you for an exposure tour. We'll take you to our conservancies. It's open. Feel free to just reach out to me so that we can understand the project better. These are misconceptions that we usually hear about every now and then, and this is what we've been trying to demystify. In terms of military facilities, we don't...
Incidentally, the 3 judges of us, we try to get in. That's Judge Joroge, the person who is talking, Judge Yano, and Judge Nziri. We were told we can't do that unless we go to a hotel. Wow. Then they book it. And you know, those are your askaris telling us that. And we are Kenyans. And incidentally, senior Kenyans.
All right, I take that back as feedback. I will take it back to Lewa and I just let them know. That's important for us to know, and we are really sorry for that, the inconvenience that it caused you. We also don't have any military facilities. These are some of other misconceptions that we have. We usually operate through community scouts. These are under NPS. They're trained by KWS to safeguard the interests of wildlife. but we don't have any military facilities anywhere. So these are also some of the misconceptions. I think it's because of the opaqueness in which we operate. Most people just try to fill in the gaps using, we've had so many rumors about LEWA that we need to demystify. That's why I was saying it's an issue of communication and having robust communication about what we do and who we are and how we address some of these issues. In terms of AJES, yes, we are trying to use that now. We have the Borana Council of Elders, which is recognized in the Isiolo courts. And now any disputes that we have, we are using them to sort those disputes out of court before they come to court, or if they are in court, they try to see how they can be redressed so that they are not adjudicated in court. You had talked about literacy levels. Sorry, I didn't get the point.
Yeah, what I was saying is that when you said that those people, the literacy levels are low, but being illiterate does not mean that you are not intelligent.
No, it doesn't.
So basically, these illiterate people elect their own politicians.
Yes.
So when you find that these people are illiterate, you should have a buy-in with their politicians. That's what we are saying.
Yes, that's correct. And we usually have buy-in, not just from the communities, but also other stakeholders in that area. So whenever we are doing FPIC, we include all stakeholders, including civil society, donors and funders in that area, members of parliament, politicians, and all that. I think you had mentioned about contracts being watertight. Communities have their own lawyers, aside from us, who usually negotiate on their behalf. Dispute resolution, I alluded to a grievance handling mechanism that is robust. We use best global practices. We have a feedback mechanism for the complainants. It has even a whistleblower hotline that is independent of NRT, where complaints can be received independently and investigated independently. So I don't know if there's any other question that I've left out.
The land itself, is it community land?
Oh, yes.
Or is it public land, and you have titles?
It is community land. It's not public land. Some of them, like I'd mentioned, have transitioned. They've secured their titles. I said in Laikipia, most of them have their titles, but Isiolo and Marsabit is problematic, and we are working with several stakeholders to help secure those titles for them. So it's actually communal land. That's why we conduct intense FPIC before we even implement some of these projects.
Okay, thank you. The second question from this side. I think there is none. We can go to the center. Is there any question for the two presenters? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for that presentation. I have two questions. The first question can be answered by Dr. Kituku and also my governor, that's Governor Otichilo. On GIS, especially when it comes to legal processes. One of the cases that we deal with, and it has given us problems in terms of evidence, is the issue of adverse possession. These are cases where somebody is entitled to land if he has been on the land for more than 12 years. And the bit that always gives us a problem is how do we ascertain that somebody has been on the land in terms of physical possession for at least 12 years? Because adverse possession is physical possession. You have to show you have a house, you have a fence, and I just want to get an insight, especially from the expert, as Dr. Otichilo, on how we can use GIS to ascertain whether indeed somebody was on the land for the past 12 years. Because from what I've just heard, there could be that possibility. And if it's possible, as a court, we are going to start using that technology. Then the second question is to the lady the lady who was just presented. I'm trying to remember your name. Yes, as Judge Njoroge has just put it, we are having so many disputes, especially from Isiolo, and I'm presiding over bench, and therefore not going into the facts or the issues in that matter. But the question that keeps on arising from Isiolo is when you are talking about communities, What do you mean? How do you identify these people whom you are calling a community? Because these are the same people who come to court and say we were not consulted. And more importantly, do you consult county governments? Because I've also seen a situation whereby the county government is coming to court and say we were not consulted. So
PJ, Judge Agot has asked on the use of GIS. My worry is that the governor has told us that the data, once it is captured, it can be manipulated and then displayed. So what will be the extent of admissibility of such evidence, which we are very keen to utilize in our courts? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I saw a hand there, the last
Yes.
question, I think. You can proceed.
My question is to Rosemary. Rosemary, you have pointed out a nomadic lifestyle as one of the challenges which the Northern Regions Trust encounters to conduct FPIC and attaining a threshold. Now we are in a...
Judge, you're not clear.
Sorry. I'll say that she has identified nomadic lifestyle as part of what contributes to the challenges, to the activities for a long time. And I thank you for the good work that you've done. We have done work with you for many years, I think from 2005. You have been a governor, and I believe this is your second term. So this expertise that you have, Dr. Otichiro, it is something that should not be let to go unutilized even after your second term as a governor.
It's possible to research and evidence to show that waste has been mismanaged over a period of time. The best evidence is actually GIS, looking at dump sites over a period of time. If the dump site is increasing in size, that's strong evidence that there's been that period of time. Are the developments which they pleaded in their OS consistent? At the beginning of the war, this is how that technology is automated, and because over time, I mean, people have been able to show the reliability of that kind of data. And I've given cases where the courts agreed as to the accuracy of GIS and therefore admitted evidence of that nature. I think in our jurisdiction, we ought to be persuaded that GIS information is indeed, could be good evidence for our jurisdiction. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we can go to UCS. Quite a number of questions were posed to you. Issues around consent, issues around the community. How do you ensure that they have maximum benefits from the program and they just do not stay on the nomadic lives that they are in? So perhaps you could just respond to the question and anything that you think you need to add into your conversation for the benefit of the participants. Karibu.
So thank you for those questions. There's a question about who is a community. There are two kinds. The ones that have transitioned under the Community Land Act, we use the CLMCs and the members that are registered in the CLMC region, so those are identified as communities, so we try to get consent of up to 2/3 majority of adult members in those areas. For those that have not transitioned, like we had mentioned, they form what we call community conservancies. And these community conservancies are like CBOs, they register for wards. So these are communities within a certain ward. And they come up with registers of all community members in those wards, transition to modernization. And we do have a subsidiary that is running a project that is called Ujuzi Manyatani. It's vocational training for nomadic pastoral communities. We are teaching them alternative ways of getting income. We are training them on motor vehicle repairs, cooking, saloons, and they graduate from it. And the certificates that they have are TVET recognized, so that they can actually use those certificates to get other jobs. So that is creating a mind shift in the northern Kenya Rangelands region. And I would invite you to go to our website. We run so many programs that help to improve the livelihoods of communities in the northern part of Kenya.
Thank you. And finally, Your Excellency, 2 questions were posed to you. One has partially been answered by Dr. Kituku on the issue around admissibility of data on evidence that comes from GIS. But I think the million-dollar question to you, Your Excellency, is perhaps a question and an appreciation that you have wealth of expertise and knowledge that we wouldn't want as a nation to lose after you exit from being a governor. So perhaps you could tell us, maybe not your plans, but how do we ensure that this conversation goes on? How do you ensure that this information and the expertise that you have is actually going to benefit people after you have left your position as a governor? Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you. It's a very difficult question, but probably I'll just say what I think may happen, but I'm not in a position to say right now. But let me address the question raised by the presiding judge, Oscar Angote, and although my colleague has answered, but I want to elaborate further. What I want to confirm that yes, we can be able, through GIS analysis and particularly use of satellite data, because the longest satellite data we have to date dates from 1972. So anything from 1972 to date, we can be able to analyze whatever point it is where there is dispute of occupation. You can show when actually the occupation started, because we have a long-term series of satellite data for that period. Earlier on, I showed in my presentation that we had planes that were flying and taking photographs of the whole country during the land adjudication process. So those photographs are there at the Survey of Kenya. So if you also want to find out from early 60s, you can be able to go to Survey of Kenya for that particular area. They will give you photographs of that area and you see whether there was occupation at that period or not. But from 72, you can monitor to date. So yes, it is possible. But you have to, I think the people who have the power to do that is Survey of Kenya. So through certified images or satellite images from Survey of Kenya, you can now be able to verify whether it's a true occupation or not. There was the issue of data analysis, and since there's a lot of data manipulation and analysis, what does that imply? I think it's an issue that was raised by one of the honorable judges here. Yes, I said in my presentation, once you have lots of data sets before you, you can ask many other questions that you may, because the data is there, and you can ask many questions to analyze, to answer those questions. But that depends on what you want to solve. But the ownership of the data is still paramount, that you must follow the Data Protection Act. So if you are going to analyze the data, then if you are going to make decisions that probably are contrary to what the data was supposed to be for, you must consult the original owners of that data so that they give you a go-ahead. Yeah, but that's what happens.
Okay.
For me, after I finish, I'll be available.
You're available.
Yeah.
I think that is the assurance you're getting from His Excellency, that even as he leaves his position as a governor, he's basically available for all of us and for the country. So allow me to have my speakers stand up and let us appreciate them, because they have done a lot of justice to this session. So tafadhali tuwapatie mkono. We thank you and we appreciate you for the knowledge and the wisdom that you have given us. Asante kabisa. So dear participants, between me and lunch is you deciding whether we are going to have another session. But looking at all of you, I think we need to take a break and come back in the afternoon for lunch. CEO, pardon? I hear that they want to finish. Yes, CEO, maybe you can give me direction. What I hear from the participants is that they want us to finish the sessions so that we can leave.
Yes.
Those of the view that we need to proceed and go on with the sessions, can you put up your hands, please? The session we are going to have in the afternoon is on FLOCA. Maybe
we had consulted during a break time, and yeah, thank you.
Okay. I think with that, let me wish you good lunch, and we will pray. We come back after 1 hour. Yeah. So let us pray. Mighty and everlasting Father, we just want to thank you for your goodness and for your mercies. Want to thank you, oh God, even for the great deliberations that we have had. We thank you, oh God, even for the meal that is before us. We pray that, Lord, you may bless it in Jesus' name. Amen. Bon appetit.
Welcome Justice Annette to come and preside over this session. Then we will be able to do the wrap-up. Welcome Justice Annette. Please let's welcome her as she comes over. We can do better than that kwa sababu tumeshiba. Asanteni sana. Karibu Jaji.
Good evening, judges and Your Excellency, the Governor. I'll just adopt the protocols laid down as from yesterday. I just want to request those who are still outside to come in so that we can continue with the program. We have just had lunch and most of us here are above 40. So we don't want to take a lot of time this afternoon. We are going to handle, to have a presenter, one presenter this afternoon, who will present, will make a presentation on 2 issues. Number 1 is judiciary as an enabler of FLOCA, the place of the judiciary in the implementation of FLOCA in Kenya. For those who do not know what FLOCA means, it means financing locally led climate action. The small acts that the local communities do for dealing with the climate change, there's financing for that. This presenter will also make a presentation on environmental safeguards, stakeholder engagement, information dissemination, and disclosure requirements. He'll also address grievance redress mechanisms at the county level. The person coming to make that presentation on the 2 matters is Abraham Barsosio. Abraham is the program manager, county coordination at the National Treasury. We want to give Abraham 25 minutes for the 2 items, and we will take 10 minutes for the plenary. Abraham, if you are around. Let's give Abraham a clap as he comes. Please continue clapping, don't be tired. Thank you so much, Karibu.
Thank you so much for the opportunity that you've accorded me. Allow me to say all protocols observed. My name is Abraham Barsosi, as you've heard. I'm the program manager in charge of county coordination, the National Treasury, working with the PIU, that is the Project Implementation Unit, and our program called Financing Locally Led Climate Actions, that is FLOCA. And just quickly to give you an overview of what FLOCA is, this is the first model ever of a program that handles issues to do with climate finance, and it is devolving climate finance to the villages. And it does so by leveraging on the structures, the devolved structures that are there, and we are working with all the 47 counties and using their structures. This program seeks to place communities, so to make communities to be able to build climate resilience because of the issues that surrounds us in terms of climate change issues. The program is has 8 principles that are locally led, including devolving decisions to the lowest levels, addressing structural inequalities that are faced by all the cadres of people that we have, including women, youth, children, the disabled, displaced, the IPs, the indigenous people, the marginalized ethnic groups, and all those groups that we have within our communities. Again, it looks at a number of issues including ensuring that there is transparency, there is flexibility within the program, and building a robust understanding of climate risk and uncertainties. It is a program that is funded to a tune of $295 million for a period of 5 years, with a number of partners coming together, including World Bank, that is contributing $150 million. We have the government of Kenya, including the county governments. They are contributing $80 million. We have the Denmark, the Sweden, the Netherlands contributing $31.4 million. We have 16 counties in the Western agroecological zones, including counties in the Lake region and Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin Gishu, who are benefiting from a parallel funding from the KfW, that is the German Development Bank. We have a multi-sectoral collaboration whereby at the national level, the program is domiciled at the National Treasury, but we are working together with the Council of Governors and the Ministry of Environment and Forestry through the Directorate of Climate Change, working closely as implementing partners. And also we are collaborating with other ministries, departments, and agencies to around 16 of them. At the county level, we work at the county level. The program is domiciled at the Department of Climate Change, and under the leadership of the county executive member in charge of environment and climate change issues within the county government. And they work together with county climate change units that have been established by the climate change laws and regulations within the counties. And then at the community level, what the counties have done is that in every ward, they have ward climate change planning committees that they have involved in issues from planning, decision-making, implementation, and even oversight of the same. So it is a two-modality program whereby at the national government we have the investment project financing that takes around 12% of the funding, and then the other 88% goes to the counties under a modality called performance for results, the P4R mechanisms. So at the county level, we have two types of grants. We have the county institutional support grant, where we are giving counties 11 million every financial year for 3 years consecutive. We've now done 2 years, and we are moving to the last year, our disbursement this week. And then we have now the grants that are responsible for building climate resilience at the counties. That is the CCRI. We call it County Climate Resilient Investment Grants. Some of the early wins that the program has been able to achieve, and working together with Council of Governors and the counties, is that now in 46 out of the 47 counties, they have county climate change legislations that have been approved by the county assemblies. The last entrant was Mombasa County, which they did theirs last week. So we are remaining with Nairobi County, that we are working to ensure that they should be able to have that legislation in place. We've dispersed to 22 million to the counties in 2 tranches, that is the CCIS. And this year, again, we've been able to disperse to a tune of 7.3 billion Kenya shillings to all the 45 qualifying counties out of the 47 counties. This was launched during the African Climate Summit by His Excellency the President. And there are lots of good stories, and it is good that the chair of the Environment Caucus is seated with us here. And if given opportunity, he will be able to tell you how FLOCA is impacting or building climate resilience at the local level. What we did was all the counties were able to undergo a process called participatory climate risk assessment, which was to enable the communities to be able to come up with priorities that affect them on a day-to-day basis in terms of climate change. And they were looking at around 3 sectors within the county government: the water sector, environment sector, and agriculture and livestock sector. So out of that process, counties were able to come up with County Climate Change Action Plan, which is a 5-year plan that should be able to speak to the county integrated development plan that they have. And again, by prioritizing their actions to each financial year, the counties were able to come with priorities for this financial year. And what we've done is that after an annual performance assessment that is done by the Office of the Auditor General, counties are scored based on the minimum access conditions that they are supposed to meet, and then the minimum performance conditions and the performance measures. So when we did the first one, the first county had around 48 out of 60, and the last one had around 21 out of 60. So this one bringing together how each county scores and taking some of the parameters of the CRA formula, then we are able to calculate how much each county gets. So the highest county for CCRI 1 was Turkana with 262 million, and then Lamu with 59 million on the list. And what they've done is this financial year they've been able to agree on the programs that they are supposed to undertake. And majority, if you look at the priorities of the county, is in the water sector. What we've been able again to achieve is the establishment of County Climate Change Fund and county allocations. And from the APA assessment, we had 34 counties that are budgeted for the County Climate Change Fund, compared to 18 in the other financial year, with 8 counties putting or committing more than 3% of their total development budget into climate finance. And then 7 counties between 2.5 and 2.9%, with 19 counties with at least 1.5%. 47 counties have established or appointed a CCM in charge of climate change. They have the CCUs in place and have allocated funds for the CCU operations. And all of them have a designated focal points for environment and social safeguards at the county level. And it is one of the biggest achievements that the counties have been able to attain. When we did this, public participation is very key, and especially during the PCRA, that is Participatory Climate Risk Assessment. And out of 1,450 wards that we have, we had 1,845 meetings held, and with 100% of ward coverage in 43 counties. So I've mentioned that we are engaging with a number of ministries and departments, and that is why all of us, we are seated here today, so that because we are parts of a community, we come from a certain locality, and these issues affect us in one way or another. So, and lastly is on selected social and environmental safeguard, which I will be able to look into on behalf of my colleague who was supposed to join us. So under selected social and environmental safeguards, we have counties are required to report on this on a quarterly basis, which they are doing. And then all the counties have, as mentioned, 45 out of 47, they have the officers that are in charge of environmental and social safeguards. And one of the requirements in this program was that a county must have a grievance redress mechanism put in place with all the procedures posted in their website. Allow me now, thank you. Those are some of the pictorials during the launch, and thank you. Looking at the second presentation on environmental, social, and grievance redress mechanism, I've mentioned a lot about environment and social safeguards, where we are working with the Ministry of the State Department for Social Risk Management. And then under environment and social safeguards, we are working together with the Ministry of Environment, NEMA, and all the other stakeholders. We have DOSH, Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health. And if I quickly take you to slide number 7, because majority of these issues we've been able to mention. Of course, just before that, very important for the honorable judges. One of the key issues that we are looking at in terms of implementation of this program is what we require from the counties is their investment should not be in private land. Because as soon, and we've seen a number of cases that have resulted out of this. We write MOUs, agreements that are not binding. Government undertakes a program. I know of a county where they did a water ban, and an elder gave out the land. But as soon as it was done, he said, no, this is my land, and if you feel like this will be my own property, if you feel like you are not taking what I'm saying, then you are free to go with your water pan. But I'm happy that in that county what happened, and the crocodiles from a river came and invaded the whole water pan. So himself he could not use. There was another one somewhere where the counties are sharing a water resource. So the water goes by gravity because the intake is up the hill. So reaching a certain place, the water can't flow downwards. Neither can it go backwards because of issues within communities and clans. Another one is when they drilled a borehole and Hold'em appeared and he said, no, you cannot drill this borehole in this land. It's private land. And what we need to do, we need to move it to a certain place. So they all agreed, it was moved to that place, but as soon as that county wanted to drill that borehole, again another Hold'em appears and says, no, the first place that we had agreed to drill this borehole, we must drill it. So it was conflicts within communities. And what happened at the end of the day, they agreed, the majority took the day, they drilled the borehole, but the water that was struck was not good for the community, and they had to go back to the drawing board. So sometimes there are a number of issues that counties handle. So we are supposed to do sufficient screening of the entire process, and what we do in the program is to avoid those projects that fall under the category A, where they have high risk in terms of biodiversity, environment, and as stated in MCA Act. So counties, what they are doing is in terms of grievance redress mechanism, the first thing is if they are able to sort it within the community level, that is encouraged the most. If they are not, they move it to the next level. They go to the ward admin's office. If they cannot be able to, they go to the headquarters. If they cannot be able to, we have CAJ, Commission on Administrative Justice, and again, the courts are there to be able to assist. So a number of counties are reporting on their lodging grievances, and some are being closed. So it is one of those programs that is ensuring that counties are able to improve on governance that we have. So the World Climate Change Planning Committees, the WCCCPs, involvement, again, we are requiring them that they do not spread so thin, but again, it is an issue that is debatable in terms of the projects. A county might be receiving 200 million, it has 55 wards, and then they spread the money thinly into the ward level because of the politics within the county government. Every MCA wants a share of the cake, but we are encouraging them not to spread too thin. We are conducting a lot of trainings, a lot of capacity building, both to the national government entities, to the county governments, and to ourselves. And we are involving the project implementation units, the World Bank, the ministries, departments, and agencies, including the Directorate of Social Safety and Health, Social Management, and NEMA. Allow me to stop at that because of time. Asanteni sana, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barsosio, for that presentation. At least we have learned about the funds. I was just looking at the amount. That is colossal. That is 38 billion shillings for the period that you've spoken about. That that will be received for climate actions. And you've also spoken to us about the safeguards, and more specifically on grievance redress, and focused majorly on communities being able to solve their own disputes. We now want to have plenary, but before we do that, I'd request that we stand up. Let's all of us stand up, please. I need us to stretch a bit. If you can touch your shoe like this. Can do like this, that is fine. Can do like this, and this, and this. Your head, can do like this, like this. Thank you so much. You can take your seat. Now we want to take a few questions for the plenary. I'll start two for every row. I'll start with this row. If there is anyone with a question. Anyone in this row? There is none. The second row. Any question? The third row. Judge Olola, you have a question. Yes. Any question this row? There is none. I have a question, Mr. Barsosio. You have taken us through a lot of data and what we are doing. But for me as a Kenyan, from where I come from, I stay in Ukambani, it's a dry place. I mean, what is it that you can say that this is the outcome? You have said every ward, is it every ward or every county is getting 11 million Kenya shillings for climate actions? I know that we need to strengthen resilience and adaptation actions. We had floods just a while ago. I saw that across the country. There was, again, money for that. I don't know whether it came from the fund, but what is it that we can say that these are the outcomes? Because for me, it's not about those figures and this one got this amount. What is the tangible and visible outcomes that as a Kenyan I can say, this Treasury has released this amount of money, my county received 11 million the other year, 11 million last year, and next year they received 11 million, so that I'm able to say that this is what I've gained, because I'm not sure whether we are getting that on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me make this clear. The 11 million is just for institutional capacity. This was to just be able to jumpstart the counties in terms of ensuring that, because 3 years ago, there were departments in charge of environment and natural resources. But the issues of climate change and having climate change units within the counties was missing. So the 11 million was to be able to assist counties to be able to establish those units and put structures to be able to handle and mainstream issues to do with climate change. Now, under the investment grant, the CCRI, the second grant, now which is supposed to build climate resilience within the communities. That is where we are having counties receiving, the highest is receiving 262 million this financial year, has received 262 million this financial year. And the lowest, which is Lamu, has received 59 million. This is to be able to undertake projects or interventions or actions within 3 key sectors: water, lands, water, environment, and agriculture. Interventions within those areas. And for example, in agriculture, to be able to handle issues to do with food security. For example, promotion of drought-tolerant crops, which build or enables them to be able to adapt on issues to do with climate change. When you go to the water sector, a number of counties have prioritized actions within these areas. For example, looking at water service providers, looking at water for domestic use, for irrigation, for other purposes, you will realize that water is becoming scarce, and you cannot be able to thrive without water. And that is why we are bringing all these sectors together, including environment. As much as we want to drill so many boreholes everywhere in this country, and then we are not cognizant of the issues to do with conservation, then you will realize that the more we deplete water at the surface, then as water on the surface reduces, then the aquifers are not recharged. So we are again encouraging communities to be able to prioritize programs within environment and the forestry sector. In terms of the floods, as Flocker, when this happened, if you had prioritized during your participatory climate risk assessment and coming up with the climate change action plan, then we would have allowed you. But again, counties are allowed, if now their priorities for next financial year have changed, then we are allowing counties to be able to review their PCRAs, to review their CCAPs, so that if they were affected by floods that much and they feel now that it is a priority, then they're allowed to. Asante-san.
Thank you so much. I can see a hand from my sister, Judge Bor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barsosio. If I asked some questions that sound like they're a little silly, you'll blame the good lunch that we had. First question is, I don't know whether I didn't pick this, but is there a way where some counties are supposed to get a bigger allocation? I have nothing against Uasin Gishu County, but I would want to see whether Uasin Gishu County is going to get a smaller allocation compared to my county of Laikipia and Samburu, because those two are more affected by the adverse effects of climate change. They already had challenges in terms of drought and the floods when they come, and the northern Kenyan part of Kenya generally, if I were to speak about Marsabit, Isiolo, and the other counties. So are you programming the allocation of funds based on the equalization fund anticipated in the Constitution, number one? Number two, how are we going to make sure that the counties keep these funds for the purpose for which they were intended, and we don't somehow find a way of redirecting the money to some other more urgent needs? Number three, yesterday I asked a question about women and children participation. Could you kindly take it on board that even whatever measures are being developed on the ground, it is one thing for you to go back to the county and say, this is what you wanted to do. But was that, okay, in Samburu, I don't think we talk much about Mama Mboga like you would in Nairobi, because I mean, Mboga might not even be something they eat in Samburu. So it would be those women who are doing the shangas. Were they involved in the first place when the project was, when the measures to address climate change were being thought out? Even those children. Are you going to spend a bit of that money going to schools, having some education for the children to know, in case of floods, you should not try to cross rivers or the rivers which came up overnight? Remember, we didn't have those rivers in Samburu. So you need to train those 5-year-old, 6-year-old children so that they know when it rains suddenly, this is what you should not try to do. How are you going to involve them? How are you going to hear them? So that when those funds finally make their way to the county, are you going to take care of what concerns them, their perspectives, even the women? One area I'm thinking about in terms of climate change is you have the women going into, like, I know many of you don't know, but Samburu has a very good forest cover, including the sandalwood that you see going around and such things. So have you thought about going to the women in the village, finding a way of making them get clean cooking energy, because that way they don't go into the forest to harvest the products from the forest with a view to getting firewood. So my question is, have you reached the women, the children, uko machinani? You know, the rest of you say mashinani, but for those of us from Mount Kenya say machinani. Have you reached our people in machinani so that the women and the children know this is what's happening, there's money for climate change, and we have a say in it, and we can give our contributions on how best the money can be spent to address our problems and our concerns as watu wa machinani, sio watu wa Diamonds Leisure. Thank you.
Mr. Barsosio, the good judge is politely asking the question of 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 suitcase, 1 flight. Anyway, you will have that opportunity to answer us on that. We get you, Judge. The question of mainstreaming gender and children matters in climate financing. You're welcome.
Thank you. Let me start with the last question. In terms of involvement of women, youth, people living with disabilities, the vulnerable in the community. What we do, and especially during the annual performance assessments for counties, as per the project operation manual and the criteria that is attached to it, is when the more a county involves women, youth, the indigenous people, it has some weight in terms of the score. And every score that a county gets commands to a tune of between 1 million to around 3 million. So during the last assessment for CCRI 1, that is the Resilient Investment Grant Phase 1, because it is going to roll for the next 3 years, what we did was, and looking and taking care of this, involvement or ensuring that we involve women, it had 5 marks for each and every county. I want to admit that the majority of the counties did not meet this, and they were at pains in terms of when the marks were out, the scores were out, because a county was missing to a tune of 15 million. Had they involved this very important population within our communities? So it is a very valid, legit question. It is an issue, and I want to appreciate that immediately after the scores, all the counties now, even looking at the way they record the participants that they involved in all the public participation. This is a very key issue. And again, during project prioritization, we look at that to ensure that women were involved. And in all the World Climate Change Planning Committees, we ensure that there are 9 people in that committee, and we have a representative of women that are elected by the ward citizens to be able to represent them. We have somebody representing the youth, and we have somebody representing the elderly and also BWD. So it is an issue that is well taken care of, and I want to really appreciate the good work that counties are putting into ensuring that this is adhered to. In terms of us ensuring that the purposes, this money goes for the purposes that are intended for, that is why we live in a democratic country. And even looking at what is happening currently, the youth are saying, we want our share of the cake, if there is a cake. And for sure, looking at it, the money flows from the exchequer just like any other money. It is audited just like any other money. It goes through the same processes that goes through. Of course, we have our own operation manual, our own appraisal document, the grant manual that is there. And it has a number of issues that we look into, including reporting. We ensure that counties submit their work plans to the PIU in time so that we look at it, and then we are able to even go around and be able to look into this. But of course, there are institutions within this country, including Office of the Auditor General. We have the county assemblies to be able to oversight. We have the Senate. We also have the PIU to be able to ensure that we are able to not allow this to happen. The governors are giving us a lot of support, and they are holding their staff accountable, and we really appreciate. The Council of Governors, again, is ensuring that on a quarterly basis, we are able to meet the county leadership, including the CECs, in charge of environment, finance, procurement, people, and all the others, so that we are able to have this conversation. Lastly, on the issue of Laikipia, Samburu, Uasin Gishu, and all the counties in this country, what is happening currently is that there is a development of coming up with a climate index. Because as it is now, yes, it is very valid that maybe people in the arid and semi-arid areas are suffering the most. But somebody in Nyandarua, somebody in Elgeyo Marakwet, for example, these are water catchment areas. They will tell you that I need even to be given more because I'm the one who is conserving. If I decide to destroy it today, then somebody in Mandera will not be able to enjoy the resources. The issues of downstream communities benefiting as well as upstream communities. So it is a balance, and what we've done in this is out of the parameters that CRA, Commission on Revenue Allocation, uses, we've been able to pick out the issue of population, the issue of poverty index, the area size, which determines the 50% of this funding, how much goes to a certain county. And then on the other, in terms of the score, it dictates how much of the other 50% goes into a county. So it is a delicate balance, and just to be able to mention how much those counties are receiving. For example, like Laikipia, with around 39 marks that they had, they are getting 99 million this financial year. They already received 99 million this financial year. Samburu, 105 million. Wasingishu, which is benefiting from KFW, the German Development Bank, which these other counties are not benefiting from, is getting around 170 million. Which means if you remove the KFW funding to a tune of around 60 million that they were able to get, they are getting around 110 million from the IDA funding. So it is a balance. But looking at other counties like Turkana, for example, Kitui is getting 205 million. Turkana is getting 262. These are ASAL counties. Homa Bay, Bungoma, they are getting Kakamega, the rest over 300 million, including KFW funding. So it is what we are using now is what we have, and it is supported constitutionally. But we are looking forward to this country coming up with a climate index so that we can be able to base how we are able to distribute the money based on an index that is backed with science and facts. Asante.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barsosio. You are saying there are parameters that are used. Yes, Judge, you still have
Mr. Barsosio, I still have a question. You've addressed the youth, and you've mentioned women. First of all, I would have a problem with 9 slots and women have 1. But that's a story I can harass you over tea time. But my concern here is children. If you look at the Constitution, the ages between, is it 0? Life begins at conception in Kenya under the Constitution. Up to 18 years, those are the ones we call children. And then you're talking about youth. Youth starts from 18 up to 35. Please, whatever you're doing, there's a missing stakeholder and they're very critical. They are called children. They have a bigger stake because they will outlive all of us here. Even the ones who are being born, I'm told every minute there's about 250 being born. So please incorporate the children, because you're only mentioning the youth, persons with disability. I'm happy to hear that. Women, please increase it from 1 up to about a minimum of 3 out of 9. But there's a critical stakeholder called children. And for children, you need 3 things. You need to educate them. You need to do things that are age appropriate for them to understand that they have a stake in this so that they can participate. So you need to give them information in a manner they understand, and then you now need to make their participation meaningful and to take on board their perspectives. So please, please include the children. Children and the youth are 2 different categories under the Constitution. When you go back, please find a way to involve the children. I make a passionate appeal for the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I think that is a take home for Barsosio. Mr. Barsosio, you can take that as you go back to Treasury, that we want everyone on board, children, youth, women, men, persons with disability, and the entire community. Thank you so much. I want to, at this point, to welcome Judge Nzili. I come from Mayakos, Masaku. I want to ask Judge Nzili to come so that we can give Mr. Barsosio his flowers. Judge, come.
Asante. Basi watamazaji, naomba sasa tuweke maua, na hii ni kutoka Ukambani, na kwa hivyo unaweka mayelo, mangilini, mambulu, lendi. Haya, sasa okota, sijui utatoa wapi. Okota huku chini, Otichilo bwana okota bwana namna gani? Asante. Twende sasa. Zilili, mangili, mangulu, utizi.
Thank you so much. That is how we live in Cumberland. It's a beautiful place. Thank you, Mr. Barsosio. I just want to appreciate each one of us. Unless there is anything burning, we want to go to the last matter, that is the closing ceremony. Before I call the registrar, is there anything that someone wants to say? Okay. This is a democratic state, so we have to let people say whatever they need to say. We thank you so much. I want to welcome the CEO of the Council of Governors. Thank you. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Justice Annette. We can clap for Justice Annette, kindly. I am conscious of the sentiments that are coming from the floor, and you're told a leader that is not responsive to the needs of the people, we might actually walk out on us. So for that, we are coming to the tail end of our program. But allow me just make two announcements kindly, that we kindly appeal that you find in your hearts to surrender the boarding passes for purposes of our surrender kindly. If you're not able to, you can direct us to your PAs, then we will really appreciate so that it becomes a little bit easy for us. Number two, we have a dinner prepared specially for all of you this night from 7:30, so that at least we can interact a little bit, know one another. I was happy, His Excellency was saying, over lunch hour, I never knew that judges can relax and just, so would want now to experience this more of a plate of dinner and something else, which you are not able to get yesterday, so that at least we can be able to interact them more. And lastly, because our culture is we don't speak after your bosses speak, I really want to appreciate you most sincerely for availing yourselves. Had we planned this and you never turned up, then it would have been actually an exercise in futility. The commitment that has been exhibited by all of you from yesterday, a packed program, to today, is a clear indication and demonstration that for sure we were thus for it. How I pray that after we do the communique, then we will have more engagement moving forward so that we can be able to do this. Thirdly, I really want to appreciate Justice Mogeni in absentia, with whom we are able to conceive this program and was able to open and make it possible for us to have interaction and engagement with the PJ. PJ, we really want to appreciate you most sincerely. When you knocked your door, you did not turn us down. Instead, you appointed a team of very capable secretariat headed by Registrar Rose to work with us, and which made this program a success. And for that reason, Rose, PJ, and your team, we really want to appreciate you most sincerely for the work that you've been able to deliver with us. And of course, Justice Mugen, I believe you're going to pass this to her. As I conclude and call Rose, I want to wish you the very best as you engage tomorrow in your program in housekeeping, and we look forward to having more sittings in the future. Asanteni sana, and I welcome Rose to take us through the last closing ceremony. Asanteni.
I think that clap was lackluster. We need to have more vibrancy to it. And we're going to do it the 5 factorial. We know it, isn't it? We are descending from, we are descending. So we'll start. I think the team from the COG deserves a very special clap led by their CEO. So we'll start 5 factorial. Jitayarishe. Okay, we start. Thank you very much. The good book says, the end of something is better than the beginning. We are now coming to the end of this program, and I attest to the fact that I have learned a lot seated where I was, listening to all the excellent facilitators. And as many are of that opinion, can you say aye? Nay? Is there any nay? So the ayes have it. So we have really learned, and I will not take so much time. I know that time is not on our side. I will quickly invite our principal judge, Justice Angote, to come and make his closing remarks as we move on to the next program. Karibu, Judge.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makungu. Don't try the eyes and the, is it the eyes and nose, where Gen Z are. The chair of the Council of Governors Committee on Environment and Climate Change, the CEO of the COG, my colleague judges, my colleagues deputy registrars, the secretariats from both teams. Let me start by thanking each one of you for getting time to respond to our invitation and to actually sit through this training and to exhibit the passion that we've exhibited during the 3 days that we've been here. Let me pick from where the CEO has just stopped by thanking the judges who actually assisted my office to make sure that this training comes to fruition. Your Excellency, the Governor, what we do as a court, as the Environment Land Court, we have what we call shared leadership. This is my style of leadership, where judges are involved in the planning of the affairs of the court. Since I took over as a PJ, all the trainings, all the workshops we've had, the judges have always taken the lead in making sure that the trainings and the workshops go on successfully. And I've always encouraged my judges to go out there, to talk to stakeholders, bring them on board. And as an office, I've always just played the role of facilitating, coordination, and supporting them. As we come to the end of the financial year, you know that this was also our annual conference, which is also a workshop. We've had several workshops and trainings. 2 months ago, we had a training under FLOCA. And at this particular point in time, I want to thank the judges who organized for that training with my support, especially the judges in Milimani. Last year, you remember we had a training pertaining to the water sector. That was also facilitated and led by some of you. I'm already in a conversation by some of you, led by Judge Mogo Kamau, where we are now engaging KFS. And what I'm saying in brief is that let's be part and parcel of these processes so that we are able to get these insights, to be able to improve the manner in which we dispense justice. So I thank all the judges of the Environment Land Court for your passion in terms of engaging my office and engaging the facilitators, especially in this particular training. His Excellency Otichlo is a good friend of mine. For those ones who don't know, when you meet us in Vihiga, you will be shocked. the places we visit with him. And that's why when we invited him, of course, through the CEO, he promised exactly what he has done. He promised that he will be with us from the beginning up to the end, and he promised that he's going to share with us the knowledge that he has amassed in many years. His Excellency has worked with the UN for many years in the area that he has just spoken about, and therefore we have a resource person who is not only a politician, in fact, he's less of a politician, but an academician. And I take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to thank you for agreeing to come and just share your knowledge with us and also listen and appreciate that these judges are good students, they are good human beings, and they also like fun, as you are going to witness this evening. And because of that shared leadership, that bit of the fun is led by none other than Justice Olola. And you are going to see that bit of Olola leading the rest of the judges. Let me take this opportunity to also thank Professor Nyang' Nyong' in absentia. He's with us, he has not left. These are people whom we read about when we were in schools, and are still there to guide us as we sharpen our skills in our areas of specialization. I really want to take this opportunity to tell Professor Nyang' Nyong' that we don't take it for granted that he can get time, especially in these difficult times and turbulent times, just to sit with us and share his knowledge and wisdom. To the CEO, thank you very much. Most of the judges here will be shocked that during the entire process that we were preparing for this workshop, we never spoke. Actually, I've met the CEO here for the first time, just like all the other judges. And this just goes a long way to say that I believe in my judges. I believe in my team. When I give them an assignment, I always have no doubt that they're going to carry the assignment through. I never spoke to any of the COG staff member, neither did I speak to the CEO. And I appreciate that when my judges approached you, you agreed and you led that particular committee. And because of the belief I had in that team, this is what has actually come to happen. I thank you so much and pass my regards to the chair of the COG. Tell her that the judges really appreciate the support. Tell her that we'll follow through the communique, which our governor is going to read. Let me finish by thanking the members of staff from the COG, the members of staff from the ELC family. Let me thank the deputy registrars. Never imagine for a moment that we don't think about you, because we know that without the deputy registrars, the court cannot function. When we were organizing this particular retreat, the COG informed us that because of budgetary constraints, they could only afford to train the judges. But I sat down with the registrar and we said we must find a way of bringing our deputy registrars also on board. And that just shows the commitment that we have to make sure that the entire court is not only trained, but it's also a cohesive court. And therefore, all our deputy registrars who are in this house, we appreciate the work you do. We appreciate that we have been top performers in the judiciary for the past 3 or so years, courtesy of your efforts and the staff who work under you. And therefore, as we finish the financial year, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you and to assure you of the support of the Office of the PJ to ensure that we continue being the best in the country. And indeed, we are the best. Those ones who are envious of us, they can continue being envious, but we'll continue doing the right thing and serving the people of Kenya. Lastly, I thank CPF, that's the Constituency Pension Fund. We're expecting the MD, Dr. Kili. I'm sure they will join us during the dinner. They were magnanimous to support the dinner, and I'm looking forward to hearing from them. They are very nice products, which they spoke to, I think, for some of us who had a function at Ole Sereni. We had some nice insights from the CPF, and in the evening, come and listen to them. We'll give them around 10 minutes just to tell us what they have to offer to the judges before they roll out these programs to the entire public. So with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to meet here tomorrow so that we are able to discuss our internal issues, because this is the end of the financial year and we need to look at our performance and to also agree on how we are going to start the financial year come 1st of July. Let me take this opportunity to once again wish you an evening full of fun, and to invite my good friend, His Excellency, the Governor of Vihiga, who is also the Chair, COG, the Committee of Environment and Climate Change, just to come and officially close this particular workshop, and also to read the communique, which I'm going to sign on behalf of the court. Welcome, His Excellency Wilbur Otichlo.
Before I read the communique from this workshop, please allow me to make a few remarks concerning this workshop. As the chair of the COG Committee on Environment and Climate Change, I want to most sincerely thank all of you for attending this workshop. Personally, I have been very much impressed about your conduct, how you transact your business, and particularly your timekeeping. I've been very impressed. Very impressed. Second, I've been very much impressed by your listening skills and patience. I have talked to many, many groups, many leaders in this country. I've talked to many. But I want to assure you that you are special. I think the mindset I had about judges, I have changed my mind. I think I had a hardliner mindset But now I see these are natural people. These are just people who are ready to work and they do what is right. So I want to assure you that as Council of Governors, this partnership we have started, we are going to nurture this partnership. And we want to work more. Because as I said in my earlier remarks yesterday, devolution is working in this country. But at the same time is under threat. And we in the COG now believe even more stronger than before that the judiciary is our best ally. Judiciary is our best ally. And if we work with you, since you have the mandate to adjudicate the interpretation of the Constitution, you are the best allies we can rely on. So we will be able to strike a long-term partnership. I didn't know about Judiciary Academy, but being with the Director General yesterday, I've been able to know what the Academy is doing, and I believe we will be able to strike a memorandum of understanding with the Academy so that we can have some of the training courses we would like to train, particularly in legal matters at the Academy. So for me, it was a pleasure being here. And I've never felt for the number of days I've been here that I'm tired or I want to go away. If anything, I wanted to be here even tomorrow. But you have cut the discussion short, but I want to say it's been very nice. So allow me now, on the behalf of COG, to be able to read the memorandum. And I also want to convey the appreciation from Professor Nyang Nyong, who has been with us here all through, but he had to leave this afternoon because of other engagements. He requested me to tell you that he has been very impressed by the way you have taken this workshop very seriously, and he strongly believes that you can help us defend devolution. Let me read the communique. At the end of the training workshop for the Environment and Land Court, judges on emerging environment, land and land use planning, legal issues, and carbon markets landscape. The preamble. The Council of Governors, in collaboration with the Judiciary, held a training for the Environment and Land Court judges from 26th to 28th of June 2024 at Leisure Resort in Ukunda, Kwale County. The main objective of the workshop was to equip the ELC judges with information necessary to adjudicate legal disputes related to carbon markets and to provide a platform to consider existing legal issues in land use planning, and environment sectors. The training workshop was convened under the investment project financing component of the Financing Locally Led Climate Action FLOCA program. The 3-day training workshop focused on emerging issues on environment, land and land use planning, legal issues and carbon markets, landscape and unbundling, and transfer of functions between the two levels of government. Through the various sessions, coupled with the technical expertise in climate change, the ELC judges were exposed to robust information that will aid in the access to justice for disputes arising from climate change. In culmination of the training workshop, the meeting resolved that, 1, there will be frequent engagement between the
So the dinner will be at 7:30 p.m. The venue is at Mnazi Beach. I believe it's down there towards the beach side. The attire is African. And note, you should wear shoes that are friendly to the beach. Don't ask me which ones, but if you go with the 6-inch heels, usiseme hujaambiwa. Sindio? Yes, so thank you very much. We see you at dinner. You can 7:30. Asanteni. Put on your dancing shoes, beach-friendly dancing shoes. Thank you. And I believe tea is served, I don't know, but we'll find out from the secretariat out there.